Yellow, 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 everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm doing just fine. I'm actually really sore today, thinking about it now. Um, and yeah, I'm like feeling real sore today. Hey, Derek, how you doing today? I hope you're doing well. I am. Yeah, I keep waking up hella sore. It's so weird because I'm not doing anything really to make my body full sore. Like, it feels sort of like I've been working out kind of in that way. So I'm looking for a playlist to listen to is where I'm at right now. Usually this is where like I sit and I kind of hard rely on my daily mix to carry me to victory. But because I've really been sent into um a lot of sad playlists. All my playlists now reflect that. Oh, you know what? Spotify has something for this. Search. Where's playlist? I don't want to see the now playing. Goddamn it! Stop showing it to me. Made for me. Is it that? Is that the place I need to go? Yeah, give me my niche mixes. A baking mix. I wonder if they mean which baking they mean there. Wow, there's one just called Thursday Music. Oh, wild. I'm not gonna listen to it, but wild. God, I'm so mad. I'm mad at Bad Bunny because I could really listen to his music right now. Just chilling tonight. Nice. Things I wish I could do today. This is on me. I could have worked through the weekend, but I didn't. So now I've left it to the end. Oh, shower mix. A lot of, I'm assuming, things you could just sing. Um, all right, looking at this list, I'm down. I'm done to clown with this list. Yeah, but I'm prepping stuff, yeah. Yeah, go get yourself a snack. All right, let me move this over. I want to say this is the most prepared I've been to start stream. Like I had everything ready after like the social media stuff on it. Which is usually the thing I'm not ready for when I start streaming. This time, what I wasn't ready is physically moving all my stuff around. Uh, Also, I'm back to Twitch showing that my bitrate is unstable despite being very stable. So like, I don't know what it wants from me. I'll be honest with you. Can I do that? No. All right, we have that there. Today we make NPCs. We need realistically another at least 6 done today. That's kind of our goal. These are the ones we have now. We have oh boy. We have 14 done. These are all our guys, gals, and they thems all over the place. I really like the person we ended with. I think I like putting attention to hair, and I didn't put a lot of attention to most people's hair. So anybody whose hair is kind of like meh, I'm not a fan of the character. But these are the ones we have so far. We need 6 more. We could just do that and go into new. The way I usually do this, is I choose a color from the color wheel, down in our bottom left, and I use that to paint the background. Um, Interesting. It was stuck somewhere else. Yeah, true, but now you know you want to put more into the hair next time, exactly. So we choose a color, and from there I kind of just hope to be inspired by something. And we spend a while choosing a skin tone that doesn't clash too much with the background. We need more old people is really what we need. So old people just take longer because I have to put a focus on weathering their faces or making them a little more wrinkly. Oh man. Okay. We're getting in position. We're getting in the time to get hunched over this thing for a while position. Okay. But yeah, so yeah, I woke up very sore today. It was very interesting. And I still feel sore, despite knowing I did nothing to do. Like, the only thing I'm doing to be sore is literally this. So, like, I understand my arm being sore from just using it a lot, but not my, like, using the writing muscles that I've not used in a long, long time. Um, but like the rest of my body, like, what's up with you guys? Like, why's my body feeling this way? You know? My favorite, the blank expression of an eye. Actually, you know what? I usually put like eyeliner on my characters. Although this is an older person, huh? I'm gonna be real honest with you. The part that I'm the most anxious about doing are the eyes. They're the most intimidating part of the process for me. And it's exactly why I do the same thing with all of them because I can't help but feel that the eyes look some way. You did just say you were basically shrimping while drawing. True. You're so right. It's a consequence of this table I'm using as my desk, honestly. It's too tall for me to comfortably uh like I have to raise my arms to be on this table instead of like on a desk where you like are pretty naturally able to just rest them on top of it. Like my chair's armrests are probably a solid, you know what, I could tell you, I have a ruler right here. They are a solid 3.5 inches from the top of this tabletop. Um, so like I can't comfortably look down at it, even though I'm tall. Um, I can't very comfortably have my arms on this desk. And by desk I mean table, because it's a table. It's not meant to be a desk, but it's what I'm using it as because it's what we got. Um, so it has been quite the issue. I'm mostly doing this, huh? That's fine. We could use some changes. Geez, yeah. It's not ideal, let's just put it that way. But it is what we got, so but that's really the consequence of this. I can kind of get away with it with like a keyboard and a mouse um by placing myself farther away from the desk. Because that makes the incline less steep, you know? Um and I'm able to like push the my keyboard further back and my mouse further back on the tabletop. So like at the end of the day, it's not too bad. Um when I'm like gaming and stuff like that. When I'm typing it's a little more obnoxious, but you know, we deal with it. But it is why I'm a little more particular now about the specs I want from a desk. Um and why I want to save up for a standing desk. I don't I they're pretty cheap nowadays. You can get like a pretty cheap one for like 120, 150 nowadays, but I don't know, at that price point, it makes me nervous. You know? Like, a lot of expensive things go on a desk, so I don't want, like, it to fall apart. Although realistically, I don't know how likely that is. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. It's just, those are just thoughts in my brain. Um, we need to make this individual. That definitely contributes to a lot of it. Okay. What's next? How do I need your I've made everyone kind of smile up to now. We need some more sourpusses in our arsenal because not everyone's gonna like us. Is the thing. The thing is that not everyone's gonna like us. Oh, I have music solo for me. You guys probably can't hear it at all, huh? Let me just raise that up a little bit. We have that on. We do have that on. Let me disable this. Okay. Um, I just had to do some string things there for a second. Give me a hot second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. As always, I'm free IT. So, you know when you get one of those messages that are like, "Wow, look at how you've done over the year," and you immediately think, "Wow, I have to renew my contract?" No? Because I don't think anyone but boomers have that thought, but here we are. Anyways, now this is going to be reflecting my emotions. Um, anyways, I hope y'all are having a good day. Feeling a little bit better than I am. My hair is tickling my nose. That's why I always throw it on this side. Dude, so remember, I don't remember, you guys probably don't remember. I have this really long eyelash that showed up. You know when you have like one of those random long hairs that show up um on your face? It's like I had that happen, but with an eyelash. One of my eyelashes is abnormally long and like light. It's basically blonde essentially. Or what would happen if you just like straight bleached very dark hair. And it's so fascinating. Um it's so fascinating. Because I don't trust having a scissors that close to my eye. So I'm not like snipping it. But man, having like just and like I can feel it sometimes. Like it'll get tangled up with one of my other eyelashes, like one of my top eyelashes. It's a wild experience, let me tell you. I'm experiencing a wild experience by having one abnormally long eyelash. I can't help but feel like these look like whiskers, and it's really having problems putting more than one one deep, would I call that like a smile line almost, you think? Anyways, um trying to think like of this individual having like jowls, or being jowly. I just want you to know that not a singular soul has spoken to me today. Until these last, how long have I been streaming? 25 minutes is the hours apparently that I am perceived to be free. Oh, ooh, oh. Do what you want, but they're never gonna break me. I watched I watched some of the Into the Light interview today. or like the dev insight, I guess that they're calling it, for Destiny 2. And they showed I'm about halfway through watching it. Um and I played for the first time in like a month and a half maybe. When was the last time Lily and I played for GMs before she no longer wanted to? That was like a month and a half ago, I think. Um that was the last time I touched Destiny. Um I've been pretty satisfied just playing like Helldivers, to get my shooting fix on, my shooter game fix on. But playing Destiny 2 last night, made me feel exactly how old the graphics in that game are, no matter how much they've worked on them. It's just old textures. Um and how much I enjoy the fighting system. Like I enjoy the gameplay in Destiny so much, and I just wished they would have ever capitalized on how fun their game was. It's truly a disappointing experience. I'm trying to emulate that, like, how some old guys have just like really all over the place eyebrows? That's what I'm trying to emulate here. A little bit like one of my Theos. But yeah, so that's where we're up to right now. I'm trying to get that feel. You know what's really annoying in this is the I knew it people, or like people who capitalize off of there's this genre of tweet that I really dislike and I think really shows a lack of empathy. Um and it's messages that or tweets, I mostly see them in tweet form, in which there's there's like a bad thing that happens or like a tragedy, right? And then people will be like, "Wow, I can't believe that happened. This would ruin me because I have such a great fear of that." And I'm like, was that really a necessary thing to add in this moment right after this thing happened? Or like, "Wow, this is just like what happened in the movies." I'm like, "Fam, hello? There are real people involved. This isn't a movie. There are real people involved in in what's happening right now. Why are you like this?" Or it's like, "Oh man, I had something very similar happen to me once. It sucks." I'm like, "Man, so sorry that happened to you, but also this isn't your time to speak. Could we sit back down and learn how to offer support in ways that aren't making this an I statement?" It's just I've seen so many of tweets like that to in the last 2-ish days, and I'm like, "Come on, guys. There's no way the world has evolved in such a way that we have such a lack of emotional intelligence to know that this is not how you address these certain situations. That's just been so bothersome lately. Honestly, it's why I don't love going on social media anymore. But like obviously it's one of the best ways to keep on a track of things that are happening in communities you're in and what's happening around the world, which is annoying to say the least. Um Hold on, I have to pull out the old man picture again so I can see the how wrinkles work. I really should just download a photo because so many of these pictures are fucking AI and it's so obnoxious. Okay. Okay, we got the picture at hand. Now we can use it. Let's go. Like that. I did recognize that the eyes were a little large when I was making them, but I always had the intention to make them smaller, and then I just never did. My head hurts a little bit, so I don't have my hair up. Because that can contribute to a little bit of head pain. And but it's really tickling in my nose having it down. The way it's like naturally falling on my face and it's so funny because like my it's making my nose itchy and I just have to constantly be like no stop it. You're like dealing with a petulant child. I think this needs to be a little lighter. Zoom this in. I think it's just the wrong brush, I feel like. Let me try a tiny brush, tiny gouache brush, and see how I feel about it. I think that's my issue, that these lines are a little too straight. I'm gonna make them more wrinkly. Let me tell you. So I'm playing right now through Stardew Valley. Um, on my own time. That's like my chill out game. It's my chill out game, and I have been, and it's so funny because like the first, like, in order to like come out ahead early on in the year or in the game, like the most stressful time in that game is like spring one. Like when you first start the game, that is when it is the most stressful. If you want to come out ahead early on, right? You can get a lot done in the first year. Given enough like expediency and know-how. And I need to give you ears. Hold on. And so I'm on day 28 of year 1 spring, and I'm just like, damn, I should have spent more time fishing this spring instead of in the caves. Um, hey, thanks so much for the follow, CreepsOJ. Hope you're doing well on this fine Tuesday, question mark? I need to look up what hello the great one. I sincerely like how you, hey Kalina, he'll play keep it up, thanks. How you doing today, Kalino? Well, I want to make sure that this looks correct. And I see someone wearing it from front on. Yeah, you mostly just see it behind the ear. ¿Cómo está? I hope you're feeling better today, Kalino. Well, we need to plan another hangout day. We need a catch up day. I'm okay. How's the art going? It's going well so far. It's going good. Can't complain. Just really just getting started at the moment. Just trying to remember how to make a wrinkly face, and by remember, I mean looking at of my phone and looking at a photo of an old an old person. But so far so good. So far so good. Can't complain. I was talking earlier about how I'm like hella sore, and after a little bit of conversation and deduction, we've surmised it's probably due to my posture, due to me using a chair or using a table instead of a desk as my desk, because it's a little too tall for me to like comfortably um be drawing on it or writing on the desk in general. And by desk, again, I mean a table. We see the vision here, right? We understand the vision, not so much the execution. Maybe it's because my eyebrows are brown. It's throwing me off. Boop. Throw that back up there. This looks like one of my uncles I haven't seen in a long time. I think I'm oh, right, I should probably put the rest of the body to this gentle person. Um, I was gonna be like, "And we're done. Alright, good job, team. Moving on." Okay, now we figure out what this person is wearing. Go with, like, a button up, I think. Something about a person this age wearing a button-up shirt just seems correct, like the correct choice. Sorry. I'm just like lost in my own mind about current events. So sorry. So sorry. I will speak aloud. Um Not about what I'm thinking though, which is why it's in my head. I'm thinking of making this like a flannel. Like, those like really comfy flannels that you always see older people wearing? That's what I'm thinking here. Do collars on flannels also have the pattern? Hold on, I need to look up what a flannel looks like real quick. Flannel shirt. Well, I'll be damned, it sure does. All right. Yeah, I was watching I'm only about halfway into the light thing, and it looks fine. I just again, I just wish it just keeps feeling a little bit too late, you know? Like if they would have done this 2 years ago, a year ago, I'd been a little bit more hyped about it. I just as of now, I'm just not. I really enjoy how the game plays, and it really feels very nice, but I don't know. It just keeps feeling like a waste of my time to play, you know? There we go. Now that looks like a distinguished gentleman. I still don't love the eyes, but we have to take the wins with the losses. 15, eh? Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. Everyone, make sure to stay hydrated. Ugh. Let me tell you, the strength it's taken to not play Helldivers tonight and instead do this. Not that I'm not, like, hyped to be doing this. Oh, I need to turn on my lights. Hold on, everyone. Everyone, I'm turning on my lights. My lights, they're currently being turned on. Currently going to my light app on my phone, opening the app, waiting and not getting distracted and upset at how long it's taking. Which realistically doesn't. It takes like maybe 10 seconds for me to go through this whole process to turn on my lights. But there's just enough downtime for me to get like bored. Um and that's the first problem. I feel like we already have yellows, maybe multiple yellow backgrounds, but this is what we're doing right now. Speaking of multiple yellow backgrounds, oh no, we only have one. We only have Danny. We don't really have too many doubles. We have 3 oranges, but that's because I keep thinking I don't do an orange background. We have 2 light blues, 1 red, 2 pink, 1 purple. We can do another purple. We have like a unique blue. Okay. Back to yellow. Yellow. Okay. All right. What do I want to do here? Um. Okay. I feel like I've already done this though, but we're gonna do it again, I guess. What can I say if I'm not a one-trick pony? I will need to do ears early on this one. Maybe I do this early. Sorry, I needed to ground myself in what direction this character was looking. There's also supernatural rules in the system. It's a they also added a bunch of like supernatural evidence and causes of death and stuff like that. I chose not to go with that to start with at least. Because I would rather this be um I would rather the game we're gonna do tomorrow be more seated, more what is the word? I would prefer it to be more realistic than supernatural, at least to start with. Just so I have an easier time coming up with things off the top of my head. I like to think that I'm creative, but my creativity does in fact have its limits. Let me just rough in a face so I can just get an idea of what this is gonna be. There we go. We have a rough estimation of where the face is gonna be. All right. Okay. My hair is still tickling. I need to really cut the end off my ends off, but I just straight up have not been. Every time like I go to shave the sides of my head because they get a little long, I forget to cut the ends of my hair. The last like 3 times I've done that, I forgot to do so, and I didn't really need to at the beginning, which is why I kind of was, letting it happen. Mm, I went a different direction with the hair than I was expecting to there. I kind of fuck with the fact that it's, like, that short, cut off hair on the right side. Let me just chop that there, and I'll just redo the ends here. I think something like that. I think I fuck with that. There may be something you've noticed about, uh, all the characters I've chosen to draw, and that's the fact that none of them are blonde, and that's because I don't know how to do that. I don't understand, how that works, so I simply choose to ignore it. I'm very acutely aware of it every time I go for the eyebrows, because it's always the same, like, color eyebrows. It's always like a brown eye or a black hair eye. You know, one of my least favorite things in this world is subtweeting. I hate it when people talk about something and then they don't actually address who or, like, what org it was that they're talking about. So, like, you have to go out of your way to, like, do the research. And this happens in, like, non-tweeting situations also. I hate it when people, like, talk about something or someone and they just don't say the name of the thing. And they're like trying to be really skirting around the subject or the person's name. And I love it when somebody else brings up then the same topic who just kind of like jumped in late to the convo. And they just straight up are just like, hey, here's the person and this is what they did. What do we think? And the people who were just like really trying to keep it on the DL are just like, oh, we were just talking about this. And I'm like, how are they supposed to know? How are they supposed to jump into this situation where we're not even playing the pronoun game? We're just straight up going with non-identifiable pronouns. How is this person supposed to know that that's who you were speaking of? And this is the push you needed to like clarify that this is who we were speaking about or you were speaking about. But it's like my favorite thing because like this is what you get for subtweeting or like being just trying not to say anything. It annoys the hell out of me when people do that. I'm just like, just say the name so we can like have an adult conversation about this or like correctly not talk about this thing instead of just being well, like, I have no idea who you're speaking of, so I'm just not going to speak for the next X amount of time about anyone. Just, especially when it becomes like current news, it's like, well, if only anyone had spoken about it earlier, we would know not to speak about this. It's one of my least favorite things, subtweeting. I'm a big fan of just say it with your chest, you know? Or like, oh man, this is one of your faves. And I'm just like, that doesn't narrow down anything. Because you're just saying this as a broad term. I don't know who your audience is, nor who their faves might be. Anyway, subtweeting is an epidemic I wish would die. Give me real people names. Give me handles. I think I'm just gonna keep a little like sly smile. I kind of fuck with it. Kind of a more easygoing depiction of a person, but I'm okay with that. Happens a lot on TikTok also. I'm just like, who are we speaking about? Why are we speaking in riddles? Please just say the name of the individual you're speaking of, especially when they're like, make sure to avoid people like this. I'm like, how am I supposed to avoid anybody when this is how we speak about them? I'm like, I understand there's a strength in not giving name to not gray people. But also I think at a certain point, especially at the beginning, you have to. Like once it actually becomes common knowledge, I think it's okay to, be like, don't talk about this person. Don't even say their name. Don't give them credit. And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. We all know who we're speaking about, so we can do such a thing. But when no one knows who the fuck you're talking about, it's like, well, who am I not supposed to be talking about? Who are we exiling? What's happening? Anyways, It just happened a fair few times in the past couple of days where people have been like, aha, this person's not great. And I'm like, who? Who's not great? Why are we speaking in riddles? Like the wow, I never liked this person anyways. I'm just like, who? Why are we doing this in hieroglyphics? What's happening right now? And like I said, it happens all the fucking time. I'm like, please, I'm begging you. Just use names. At least in the beginning. We are in the first 24 hours of whatever the fuck is happening. Anyways, in other news, remember yesterday how we were talking about the Gotham FOV, no, not FOV, POV a trend happening right now on TikTok. Um I've started to see people from doing FOVs from other cities. I saw one from Central City. And I've seen some Metropolis ones recently also. And I'm like, ooh, things are getting spicy. And it's so funny seeing them stitch like other creators who've talked about, like right now there's a discourse about um why fictional Keith Lee would rank Gotham so low on their list of places they've gone and the food they've gotten. People being like, look, you just need to know where to go in Gotham to not get jumped. And people being like, look, it doesn't even matter if you know or don't know. The food's not great at Bat Burger. And people just being like, no, 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 Bat Burger is great. I don't know what you're talking about right now. Are you trying to do this? Why are you trying to say these things? It's so funny. It's hands down my favorite thing right now. I don't have a ton of time to like be on social media right now. So I really only get cliff notes as to what's going on, but I'm so glad that in my TikTok time I am getting some phenomenal content via Gotham FOV and now other city FOVs, Jesus. It keeps saying FOV because on my mind I'm thinking of how I don't have a huge FOV in I don't have large FOV changes in Helldivers, and I've been thinking about it. It's been on my mind that I should maybe change my FOV to be a little bit larger. but I haven't played Helldivers in a couple of days, so it's like one of those things that's just in my mind and not something I've um actually in the position to do and like try out and see if I like it or not. All right, up to 16. Okay. I don't remember how many times I have to click. Guess we save. I don't know what happened. All right. Next coloration. Oh, big stretch. Oh my god. That was a little stronger than I was expecting. My so I'm right-handed, right? So my right side is the one that feels the strain of uh doing the drawing and the hunching over and like all of that stuff. And I just stretch. Oh man. And I wasn't expecting it's like my middle ribs that just felt it. Like the ones near the bottom of my diaphragm. Those are the ones that I just stretched out and it felt oh so good. Anyways, I'm gonna do a quick mic check just to make sure my mic isn't going haywire. Give me a quick momento to just pause that. Test, test, test. Hello? Okay. Mic check done. Mic sounds fine. I'm hella paranoid about it now. Oh, okay. Right. That isn't always on top. Hello, American. Oh, that's not my chat. Lamau, JK. So I use Chatterino. I don't know if you guys know Chatterino. This is Chatterino, right? Chatterino just allows me to look at a chat, and only the chat, and also have multiple chats on the same screen, right? And so, but I have this on always on top, so it's always on top of my other windows. So when I try to move it out of the way to like look at a window underneath it, I sometimes hit a different tab, and in this case, I hit Leon's tab, and I saw that somebody said hello over there. Okay, or stretch over. We need four. Realistically, we need four more done. How do I do this? What do I want to do here? I'm not feeling that. Oh man, this one you could really tell that it's tilted. Sometimes you can't really see how tilted it is or my perspective of what I'm drawing is, but that one you can definitely tell. Let me fix that real quick. Oh, I actually know. I know exactly what I wanna do here. I need to make this space a little smaller. I'm trying to get, like, that bang feel, you know? But yeah, so I'm on my last day of spring, and I'm kind of, like, stressing out about, money. Much like in real life, I'm stressing out about money, and, I'm just, like I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna, cause I wanna upgrade my pickaxe, but, like, I can't do it at the end of the month, you know? Like, I have to be saving my money. I already wasted so much upgrading in my backpack, which was unnecessary in the long scheme of things, cause I just upgraded on the, like, 24th, I think? So I didn't get too much on it. So all in all, I shouldn't have bought it. Luckily, it's only 2,000, I believe, to get the first upgrade. And it did, in fact, makes a little my life a little easier. Cause man, I did a rain day. My last day on the 27th was a rain day. So I was down at the river catching catfish, or at least trying to. And I got um I got so much treasure. And dude, so they added a bunch of books to Stardew. And one of the books that they added, I don't know, I haven't been really spoiled onto any of them. I was spoiled on like the ones that come with the bookseller, but like those are the bookseller, you know? You see those on like what, day 7? So long as you go to the bookseller to see what they're selling. And I got one that when you're fishing and you get a treasure, the treasure now has a chance to drop roe in it. And I was like, what? And I also got one where monsters will double drop their loot. And I was like, what? I didn't know these existed. That's so cool. So, along with the ones that you get from the bookseller, the ones you get from the whirlpool is so neat. Because both times I thought I was getting I thought I was getting a just like a straight boost, like oh, I'm learning how to do the skill better because I thought they were skill books. I was wrong. And what I got was so much better. I'm very excited about it, especially as like um I go out and I learn more things. Cuz I've played a good while of Stardew, but like there's whole things about Stardew I didn't even know existed. I was watching Jess play the other day, or like last year I think I was watching her play, and she was in a location I didn't even know existed. There are a whole and so in my in my forever search to in my forever search to do to find stuff to watch while I'm doing or work, I have fallen into like the Stardew Valley content creators. And watching them, I'm just like, I didn't even know this was in the game. I thought you were doing modded content because I didn't know that existed. It's wild. Oh man, there's this chat I recently entered. Um and someone took the initiative to, like, introduce themselves, do, like, a little introduction blurb, and I'm so bad at introduction blurbs because 'cause I'm just like, "I'm no one. I don't do anything." Um, I don't consider myself to be a terribly interesting individual. So it's like, whenever it's like, "All right, let's talk about, yourself. Give me your intro." I'm just like, I don't know how to do that." I'm like, "I could use the template you have laid out for me, by taking the initiative." But I'm just I have just not enough facts to fill that in. And so I'm thinking about how to introduce myself. I'd be like, "Hi, I'm PB." All these cool, interesting things that you guys do, I don't. Um, I have no such background. I'm just happy to be here. Smile. I was thinking the other day, I've been seeing a lot of TikToks about, um, it's not abnormal, but I did fall asleep, with a TikTok that was just, somebody talking about their relationship. So it was on loop for a while. So I am now so TikTok definitely thinks that that is, like, the stuff I'm interested in right now, and, I've been getting a lot of just, relationship advice and relationship, story times on my TikTok as a result of that, and, I'm not necessarily mad about it, it just simply is a thing that is happening. And one of the things that I was thinking about was about breakups, right? Because a lot of the times when people are talking about their breakups on the internet, it's a very scornful, um, review of their relationship, essentially, right? And a lot of the times it's, somebody cheated, and therefore people are upset about it. And I was trying to think of, like, the amount of times I've heard people talk about, like, breakups in, like, not an angy way. And, it occurred to me that you don't really hear those, A, because, people are had amicable breakups, don't really talk about them like that. Um, I'm just like, I feel like if you wanna be out of a relationship, the fact that people just simply aren't breaking up with somebody just blows my mind. I can't imagine being in a relationship and being like, I'm no longer happy in this relationship. I'm instead going to sabotage it, to get out of it. Kind of like, in Abbott Elementary. I don't know if you guys watch Abbott Elementary, but, one of the couples, um, recently broke up, and, one of the ways he went about it is that he wanted to get broken up with, as opposed to be the one that broke up with the other individual. And so, because they lived together, he started doing all these things that annoyed the hell out of his partner, um, in an effort to, break up. And I'm like, that's wild. The fact that you would go out of your way to be as obnoxious as possible so the other person would break up with you. I'm like, you do not care, what this person thinks of you at the end of this relationship. You are willing to squander all the good times of this relationship just to get out of it, just to not have a conversation to get out of it. And that shit's wild. Personally, cannot relate. If I am unhappy in a relationship, I am simply ending the relationship. Like, I'm one of those people who has never been broken up with. I've always been the person that breaks up with somebody. Um, Even if we're both unhappy in the relationship, I'm always the one who breaks up with the other person. I even had a relationship in high school where the guy I was dating no longer wanted to be dating, and he was like, "But I don't want to be the one that breaks up. So I need you to break up with me." I'm like, "What the singular fuck does that mean?" Cuz we were like in the middle of a fight, right? And they were just like, we need to break up. And I'm like, all right, fine, consider it done. But then he was like, but I can't be the one that breaks up with you. You have to be the one that breaks up with me. I'm like, fam, you just did it. What just happened, that conversation we just had, that sentence you said, that is us breaking up. And he was like, no, 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 that doesn't count. You have to be the one that says it. I'm like, excuse me? And I'm like, fine. Fucking relationship over with. Fuck you. Do not speak to me again. You spineless bastard. Man, she's got quite a thick neck, but it is what it is. Again, we're trying to have less happy people in our roster. Ugh, I saved that in the wrong spot. Cancel that. Imagine, yeah, what in the unholy fuck does that mean? Exactly. Just like, in what world do you think that breaking that bringing up a breakup and then being like, "No, no, no, no. You're gonna break up with me," makes you think that this breakup wasn't initiated by you, right? Like, I'm not the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought up the breakup. So in what world do you think that this is not because of you? Oh, I have. Hello? No, it's in this, right? Where's my um it's acting like I have a window open. Okay, there we go. I don't know what was open, but I got it. We need purple. We haven't done any purple. Did they want to make it a show for someone? No! This was all over text. Sphinx. This was all over text. I remember it so clearly. It was a Sunday. I was in a restaurant. I was in a Mexican restaurant that I didn't really like, that we almost never went to with my parents. And I was sitting there and I remember the music. I didn't like this place because the music was so loud. They had like a real mariachi band inside and it was so loud and I remember being so annoyed about it. And so I was texting with him and we were in the middle of a fight about who knows what, honestly. And he was like, we should just, this is how it's going to be. We should just not do this anymore. And I'm like, okay, cool. Consider it done. And then immediately they reply back with like, but you have to be the one that breaks up with me. And I was like, what? And I was mad, right? Like I'm already in a poor mood because I'm in this restaurant with blaring music. Fucking have the trumpet right next to me going off. And he's like, and I'm like, what? And the argument was already happening, so I'm already upset. And he's just like, no, yeah, no, you have to be the one that does it. And I'm like, what the actual fuck do you mean? And of course, it's a J name that I'm dating at, where I'm breaking up with right now, right? So they're like, no, 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 you have to be the one that breaks up with me. I'm like, you just broke up with me. What the fuck are you talking about? I was like, no, 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 no. You have to say it. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Because you already did it. What the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, no, I didn't. But like, we have to be out of this relationship. You have to break up with me. I'm just like, we are already broken up. You already did it. And he's like, no, I did not. I suggested it. I'm like, that's not what you said. CC, here's the text you sent me. He's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean I broke up with you. And I got so mad, Sphinx. I got so mad. And I was like, fine. And a lot of insults were hurled at this person via me in that moment. And I called them a lot of things, along with probably spineless. Things along the line of like baby back bitch. And I told them, fine, we're fucking broken up with. Don't talk to me again. Leave me the fuck alone forever. And to his credit, he did. I don't know if he dated someone else. Again, I was over him. I remember I dated him because the person I dated before him, which, oh my god, it makes me so mad because I could have dated someone so much better than him, but he was the first one to ask me out. And this other guy asked me out a little bit later. Like later in the day or the next day or something like that. And I could have been dating someone so much better, but I chose that asshole because he came to me first. Um, and I remember I was just I wasn't like super into him, right? But like I could have been. And the reason I started dating him is because the guy I'd been dating before was kind of like a creep show. He was just creepy. And just it was not a vibe. Not a vibe. So the next person I dated, I wanted to be a little bit more. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him, Sphinx. He was a fucking piece of work. And so the reason I dated him, A, because like I wanted to deal like an emo guy, someone who would like relate to me a little bit more, right? Again, I was in high school. And he was like, straight bangs, going over his eyes. Um and he wore black and just very emo. Um and I was just like, oh yeah, I think we could be compatible. And from like when we were talking in the talking stages, he seemed like a it's just funny in retrospect. He seemed like a nice Christian boy. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll like date someone good and innocent who won't be like creepy. This will be great. Mr. Good Little Christian Boy was not a good little Christian boy. Let me tell you that right now. And God, he was so fucking annoying. He was such an annoying piece of shit. And like end of the day, not worth it to date him. And honestly, it's my fault. I should have known better to not date a fucking percussionist and date a drummer essentially. Everyone knows you should never date the drummer, but here we are. Lessons learned. But he definitely seemed, yeah, I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't put it past him. But he just wanted to break up to get sympathy from someone else. Yeah, do like a bun. I don't know. I think I've done like straight hair down too much. I need to do some sort of hairdo. Yeah, do like a bun of some sort. I just started doing the same thing and I was like, I can't do that again. I could do a hat. But no, I fucking hated that kid. Definitely one of the worst people I dated. I did not the people I dated in high school were not high quality, let's just put it that way. But yeah, so it's just like I've definitely always broken up with people. Whether it was my choice or not. Um I still count it though. I put it on my record, even though technically he was the one that broke up with me. I put it on my record as to I've never been broken up with. Because if that spineless moron didn't want to break up with me, I definitely wanted to break up with him after that little charade. It's so funny because I had a thing with somebody in that, like in that section, in the percussion section, someone I knew from, like, middle school, um, so we were, like I wouldn't say we were friends, but we were, like, acquaintances, right? Have I told you guys the story? The first time someone said, "I love you" to me was, before a certain, you know, during, like, a hot and heavy moment, right? And we were not like that. That was not our that was not our dynamic. Our dynamic was not to feign love for one another. Our relationship had a role and it was not that. And so when he said it, I did not know how to react. Because my first instinct was to laugh. But that was not an appropriate response. I knew that in that moment. So I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I just continued kissing him in order to not have either of us speak. In a situation to have neither of us speak, and to hopefully make him forget what he just said. Because, like I said, that was not our dynamic. Our dynamic was not one of love proclamations. It was one of convenience. So the fact he said that blew my mind in a bad way. And same guy, um he told me about his about that guy and like how um my perception of him was incorrect. Of the like good little Christian boy, right? And I'm like, well, yeah, obviously I fucking know now after having spent time with him. But it was it was just wild. High school is a wild time, guys. I don't know if you guys know that. This isn't the energy I was going for here, but it is the energy we have now, so this was not my original thought process going into this. But here we are. But it's so funny. There's not a single one of my exes that I've had a singular question about like where they are in life right now. I've not been like, I wonder how they're doing in life. No, not even for a second have I thought that about any of my exes. At least not from high school. There's very much love lost in those relationships. I recently looked up a person I went to high school with though. I saw during quarantine that they had an Etsy shop they had recently opened up with a lot of their art. And it caught me off guard because I didn't even know this person was an artist. During high school, she had not ever really showcased that. She had never even like really um practiced that in a way that a casual friend of hers would know, right? Maybe people who were closer with her knew about her passion for art and her talent for art, truly. Um and so I bought some of her art over quarantine and she's very good. Um and then in I was thinking about her just randomly the other day, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder." Oh, I was going through my Etsy like history, like my purchasing history, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder if she still runs this page or not." And she does. She still uploads her art and stuff. Sorry, I'm stretching. Oh my gosh. Um and it's so cool seeing her just like improve over time and see how thematically she ties in um her ethnicity and her nationality and like her location. Because she's originally from Hong Kong and she moved to Texas um middle of high school. And she since then stayed in Texas, as far as I know. So like mixing those two things is so interesting and so cool to see. Um And so she's someone I was thinking of the other day. I was also thinking of one of my other friends who has zero social media presence. So me looking her up is just truly from wherever she's working doing like a spotlight on their employees. Oh, it's so funny. Mm, But that's pretty much all I really care about. I don't really look up too many people from my past. There are a couple, only like those probably two. Maybe I can think of maybe another two other people I would have any interest in like catching up with again. Because my 10-year reunion, high school reunion, would have been during quarantine. It would have been in 2011 or 2021. So first of all, I didn't feel very comfortable going to a space with many people in it. But also, I don't think anyone I know or knew would have gone to those things because we were never those people who went to school events. So I don't think I would have like seen anyone anyways. Anyone I would have seen, I probably wouldn't have wanted to see. Sorry, I am really just stretching. You guys can't see me. So I probably should narrate what I'm doing, but I am really just stretching. Oh, you guys can't see little me. Hold on. I have to get into Discord to do so. So that's my bad. I have the PNG like tuber software to like do it and have myself move and like have my mouth talk and but it takes up so much CPU power to run that little program. It's wild. So I much prefer to just use like Fujitech, which does something very similar. Like I don't need anything fancy. I don't need me moving. I don't need me blinking. This is just a true picture of me. So just me turn off and then me with mouth open or mouth closed, right? All I hear you is recounting you're recounting a past relationships while you're butchering meat. Oh right, you're doing your loin. Your beef loin? Because you're gonna make some beef Wellington, if I recall. All right. Stretch time, break time over, back to it. I'm desperately trying to figure out how to, like, do, like, a hazel eye. I think that's as close as we're gonna get, though, but that's so funny. Look, all I'm saying is that I've definitely had some interesting past relationships, especially in high school. Yeah, you just finished breaking it down. You have, like, 4 bags of cuts, which should last a couple of months since you don't eat boom blossom. Hell yeah. That's what I need to start doing as groceries become more and more unreasonably expensive. Oh, actually, I should probably start off with you. It's like I also have a question, but you'll ask later? Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. I also dated someone who, I did not know. I um, how do I describe how this happened? I was so in my school, um, in the grade I was in, our school had, like, this outdoor so we had 2 buildings, right? One building was we had a few buildings. We had 3 buildings. We had one building that was, like, where the cafeteria was, where the auditorium was, where a lot of classrooms were. And then on the other side of the parking lot, we had another building, which was just an extension that was all classrooms. Off of the first main building, we had the band hall, right? And I was in band. And that's where I spent a lot of my time. And we had this, like I said, there was a parking lot between both buildings, and the attachment where the band hall was, was like on this parking lot. So all these walkways in between the parking lot, the band hall, the main building, and the extension all had like these not overhangs. Are they called overhangs? Like, it just they were all covered, so, like, if it rained, you wouldn't get wet, right? Because, you have to go from building to building, for your classes. And so, after school, after band, we had, like, I think, like, third 10 to 20 minutes to get our instruments and stuff out of the band hall because, all our band teachers and stuff had to go to the senior high school, which was not near us. It was like a solid 10-minute drive from the main building, and they had rehearsal they had to get to. So we had a small amount of time to get our stuff so they could get the fuck out of Dodge and drive to the senior high. Um And so we hung out a lot under these, on these walkways, essentially, waiting for, like, our respective rides to get back to us. And there was one day where, I just miraculously had nothing to do that day. I was pretty booked and busy in high school, with activities, and I had nothing to do that day, so we were just hanging out outside, and it was, like, drizzle raining. So, like, people were coming and going from underneath the walkways, waiting for their rides, and there was this dude who I'd never really seen before, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'd maybe seen him a little bit before, but not really. And so but I was there with my best friend, and we were just hanging out and talking while we waited for our rides, and this guy came up to us and started talking to us. His name was Corey, I think, and he seemed like a good time. He was a laugh, right? He didn't take life too seriously. And he was talking to us, et cetera, and we exchanged numbers, right? Long story short, we ended up exchanging numbers, and we started texting and stuff like that. And I think the date we started talking was probably like February 5th, 6th, maybe earlier, maybe like first, second, somewhere. It was like early February we started talking, right? When we met. And we were talking, like I said, he was a laugh. He didn't take things too seriously, which was nice. Because everyone I knew took everything very seriously, including myself. Does that make you look less cross-eyed or more cross-eyed? Less. Um, and so in the process of talking with him, he was like, we were just like, ah, yeah, Valentine's Day is coming, and we're both gonna be single. And it's like, boo-hoo us, right? Like, Lamau JK. But it also was just like, Lamau not JK. And he was just like, hey, what if we just started dating? Like, haha, right? And I was like, yeah, haha, what if we just started dating? And we started dating. And I was just like, yeah, let's just start dating. Why not? And we never saw each other. He was an upperclassman. He was a sophomore, I was a freshman. And we were in he like remember when I said there was two buildings? So the main building is where the freshmen mainly were, and the extension was mainly where the 10th graders were, the sophomores. And we never saw each other because of that. And because I was always busy on the weekends, or like I was booked and busy, I was never talking. I was never outside to hang out anymore or anything. And so it was a short lived relationship because of that. And I remember, and it was funny because we didn't make it to, he didn't make it to Valentine's, which was so funny. We ended up breaking up well before that. Oh, fuck it. I'm not doing love, so I'm just going to do that instead. Um, the, the proportions on this are like so weird and I don't know what to do about it. It's definitely this hat. Because my intention was to have this hat look differently or to lay on the head differently. But that's not where this person ended up going. That was just such a random relationship to have. It was fun. It was fun speaking to him, but we never spoke actually, which is fine. Like I said, we didn't roll in the same. It was very much a chance encounter we had. But definitely better than a lot of the relationships I had. Maybe because it didn't last very long. Um, and it was kind of a laugh for the most part. I like twist this. What if I like flip the canvas? If I simply were to. Oh my god. I think okay, here's what we're gonna do. Cancel. Um Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take this, and what we're going to do, where is it? Where are you? Where is it? Do I have to hit this first? Yeah, I do. We're gonna start pushing and pulling this. Why are you there? Oh, it's because you have me stuck in this. Okay, that's fine. I need to do it from this angle because this is where I could really see how it's fucked up. That's a little bit to do with this jaw. Just high school things, you know? Just randomly dating a person you met once. I also dated that creepy dude, which who I didn't really wanna date. It's really funny. It was very much a pity yes, when he asked me if I wanted to go out with him because, we were talking, he was just a friend, acquaintance really, and, but back in high school, you texted everyone, you talked to everyone, and we were having a conversation and he had asked me like he was really beating around the bush in asking me like who I liked, right? And so he asked me a bunch of these questions of just like, oh, what do you look in the person, blah blah blah, and he was like, do you have a crush on somebody? And I was like, yeah. He was like, oh really? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, who is it? And I described, the person I liked, which pretty much the exact opposite of who he was. Which honestly, the audacity for him to continue, maybe it's the audacity for him to have continued and still ask me out after I described somebody so polar to him. Um, and he asked me, who do you like? And I told him this other person. Um, and he was like, oh, and I was like, "Oh," and, he had told me, like, he had a crush on someone, and I was like, "Ooh, okay, well, now you tell me, who do you have a crush on?" And then he said me, and I was like, "Oh," and he was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Oh." He was like, "Would you date me?" And I was like, "Oh." Um, I mean, I guess I don't know how to say no in this situation. I feel kind of bad about this, so I'll say yes. But like I said, he was a little creep. In later on, we broke up fairly quickly. It was like maybe a month we were quote unquote dating. I remember one time he kissed me and I was unhappy about it. Um I was unhappy about it and I tried not to make it super obvious that I was unhappy about it. Because I was trying to work up to breaking up with him because your girl has anxiety. And I had to be like, "Oh, it's because I don't wanna kiss in public, I don't like PDA." Was, like, my excuse for, not being unhappy about the kiss. Um, and then "You do? Well, shit, good luck with that, I guess." Yeah, it's what I should have said. Thanks, that should have been what I said. It's what I would say now as a grown person is what I would say now. But back then, I was like, "Oh, I don't know how to say no to you. So sorry. Sorrow, sorrow's prayers, you know?" Um, you know what probably doesn't help with this? It's just it's the difference between the eyes. But in the future, to like emphasize what kind of person this guy was, he ended up dating a ton of people in high school. And the last person he dated, he ended up getting married with. Um Despite all our warnings to this woman, this girl, she stayed with him and they seemed happy. They ended up having a kid together, and I was like, oh, maybe he did turn a new leaf. And then one day I came back from college and I was staying here in Houston for good. And I had recently like written that in like a post on Facebook because those were in Facebook days. And he ended up contacting me because I still had the same number I did in at that time. I still had the same number I did from high school, and he was like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm good." You know, and I had seen he gotten married, so like, um, I thought like my man was a family man now, so I was just like, "Yeah, I've been doing good." And you know, I'm a different person. He's probably a different person now, also. And then, like, we did some small talk, to start with, and then he asks me, he pretty much propositions me, right? And I was like, "What the fuck, bro? Aren't you married? Are you not married, brother? What is this?" And I was appalled, immediately ended the conversation there, right? Could not believe this man. to proposition me in such, like, a gross way also. I was just like, "I cannot believe I ever said yes to you. You are so lucky." My self-esteem was in the gutters, and the person that I did like and had a crush with on, uh, was very much in a relationship, which is why we never got together, or it's why I never, actively pursued him. I worked so much on this guy to make him look like a person, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm tired of it, so we're gonna move on. So I'm just gonna move on, do the neck thing. Oh, and I did let his wife know, by the way. I did, in fact, just, finish up that story. I did let his wife know, in fact, that, what he said, with a screenshot. She did not care. Um, or she did not believe me. I don't know which of the two it was. I don't really care. I did my due diligence, you know? Because remember, we had already spoken to her about the type of person he was, and she didn't care then. She didn't care at that point either. And oh, there we go. One of the other people I did look up recently, on Facebook and stalked a little bit. Honestly, the way you stalk people now is LinkedIn, which is kind of fucked up, but like, what are you gonna do? Um, and so I looked. It was the guy that I said that I had the crush on when Creepy Boy asked me. He's the like same guy I had like a crush on all of high school. Um, I looked him up the other day, and I found so he had a long time girlfriend. He was definitely a serial monogamist. Someone who was like just in a relationship always. My guy was never single, which made sense. He was an attractive man. Um, and he he had dated this person for like 2 years in high school, and then from my understanding is that they were together essentially from then on out. And they had, like, broken up. They were, like, on again, on off again, but, like, in that frustrating way that, like, a couple's not broken up, they're just mad at each other and say they're broken up, but it's so obvious they're gonna get back together again. Like, they were that kind of couple, from my understanding, and, because I didn't really keep in contact with him. We had had a falling out in high school, where in which our like relationship never really recovered after that. Um, but I looked him up and I saw what he was up to, and I learned that during quarantine, I had seen that he and his girlfriend, longtime girlfriend, had moved to New York City, like right as the pandemic was hitting. They had just moved. And I was like, oof, that must be rough. And I was like, man, if their relationship could survive that experience and New York City in general, then they'll be able to survive anything. Well, turns out I was right. Turns out that statement was a correct statement. Because it looks like they have broken up and stayed broken up this time. She has moved back to Texas, and he has stayed in the New York area. I think it's in Jersey now, but he works for a company in um in New York City. But I just the place he works at right now, I would have never if you would have asked me what he did and where he's working at now, I never would have believed you. I in a million years, million choices, I would have never chosen this place for him to be working at. And it's very to me. I mean, that's just how life is sometimes, you know? It's like, what are you gonna do? In a world where it's hard to get a job in general, you don't really get to be picky. But I would have just never chosen that. Especially with what he studied in college. But again, this job market, you take what you can get. All right, two more, two dos más. Gonna take a quick drinking water break. But yeah, it's wild. It's wild looking back at people like you went to high school with. And it's also wild that people don't change that much. Like obviously you change a lot from high school, but there's some personality traits if you have certain negative personality traits, um some people don't grow out of those. Turns out some people do not grow out of their negative personalities. Because like I said, the guy I had crush on also was one of my best friends. Um, for a lot of high school, he very different from what I can see. Obviously, I haven't spoken to him, so he could still be very similar to the person I knew. But obviously, he has gone down the life path. I would have never pegged him as a New York boy. Also, I would have pegged him for being a little bit more gender queer than he ended up being. Because he was definitely straight, but he was also, you know, gender is also a thing. Um, and he was like masculine, but he was never like hyper masculine, you know? Sorry, I got in the zone there for a second. Um, but yeah, it's interesting how people change, but also people stay the same. I guess there's like some core personality traits that don't really change. Like I like to think I'm vastly different than who I was in high school. I was kind of spineless in high school. Due to a lot of self-esteem issues. So I had like a core friend group that were kind of shitty, to be honest with you. Things that I've discovered as I've gotten older and like had good friends. So those things that I'm just like, oh, my old friends were kind of pieces of shit. Along with the fact that like they hard ghosted me for no particular reason that I knew of. Um I would like to believe that 10 plus years of friendship would have at least merited a reasoning as to why they stopped speaking to me, but that's neither here nor there anymore, I guess. Yeah, it was just something I was thinking of the other day, as I was looking. Occasionally, I like to like scroll through Facebook long enough to get past all of the "oh, my baby," "oh, I'm getting married" messages that you see on Facebook primarily nowadays. Or at least I know I do. I don't know about you guys. I don't know how everyone's always having a kid, but somehow, some way, they are. And you learn these things. Or you go through a deep dive and you find these things out. Just remember to be like on the don't tell people I'm looking at their profile option on LinkedIn. There was one time a friend was telling me about their shitty boss and I went to go look them up. And I got a message from them and I was like, "Oh, awkward. I'm not looking for a job." And so after that day, I remember to turn off that option on LinkedIn. The "don't look at me looking at you" smile. Sorry, I need to do a quick hand stretch. Nice little hand stretch. Um, it's a very interesting, just looking back. Sometimes you like to look back in time and like investigate how much you've changed over time, and if you still know anybody from the past, seeing how they've changed, and it's interesting seeing the results of that. It's fun seeing like your growth and stuff. All right, saving as number 19. Then export, pin the ping, or to the NPC cards. Oh, that's right. I need to hit enter like 3 times here. There we go. All right, new final one. What was the last suggestion I got? Oh boy. This one's gonna be an interesting one to figure out. I'm gonna take a quick BRB, and then I'll be back and we'll do our very last guy. So, thanks for hanging out. Make sure to stand up, stretch, get something to drink if you haven't already. Maybe get a little snacky snack, a little late night snack if you want. And I will BRB. I'm back. That took more than 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Oh man, big stretch. Um, but you know what I was thinking about while I was out was speaking of all this dating I did when I was younger, or specifically my high school dating years, I was thinking about how right now, current me, I haven't been in a relationship in a while. By choice, I have no real desire to be in a relationship at this very point in time in my life. So it makes sense. But I was just like, wow, I haven't been in a relationship in a long time, and I'm totally okay with that. But thinking about the fact, mm, maybe I want to make this a little bit more blue. Actually, maybe like that. I was just like, I haven't had a crush in a while. Is the thing. Like, I couldn't tell you, like, the last person I had a crush on. I should've just pulled up this picture when I was trying to figure out how to do gels. I'll make this smaller when I need to work on the hair. Actually, you know what? This should be a little saggier. Put a little jowly there. Um, and yeah, like, I know somebody who is currently in their, dating around and has, like with been, like, a bunch of people recently. I couldn't think of a person I would wanna, like, spend time with, in a particular way, in an adult way. Um, I could not think of one person that I would wanna be in a relationship like that right now with. It's just not something I'm even remotely interested in at the moment. Maybe I just do it like that. So I'm like staring at this picture, trying to figure out how I can best emulate it in like this very simplistic style I'm doing it in. Oh, give me a hot second. Interesting. Okay. All right. Just needed to check something real quick. Okay. I'm like staring at this picture, trying to get it to trying to suss out exactly what I'm gonna do here. You know what anime I really want to watch right now that I haven't had the time to because I want to like devote my attention to it is Free Ren. I think that's how you pronounce it. I've seen so much about it on TikTok that TikTok thinks I've watched it. With how much content I've been consuming about it, it looks so good. Have you done a full? Oh, I haven't done the full long beard yet. No, I have not. I thought I considered doing one earlier. Um, but not earlier today, but like earlier when I was making these in the week or last week. And I don't remember which character it was, and it just went a different way. And I was considering you're so right. I should do a long beard before I finish. This guy in particular is a particular person, so I am gonna stick with conceptually this character for this one, but next one, I'm definitely you're so right. I'm just, there's a couple of people who suggested people who look like certain people or these that look like certain people, so I'm just doing that real quick. Dude, how skinny white people's lips is wild to me. Giving this guy pupils definitely gave him a different energy than the other people I've done tonight or so far. Oh, right, I should probably do some ears. God, seeing how famous Taylor Swift is and how annoying Paps are in her life, I'm just like, God, I cannot imagine ever being that famous. What an absolute nightmare. What an absolute nightmare you have to be so blessed for, you know? Because it's definitely a curse, but also like the curse you want, right? The curse of people wanting to know about you and therefore wanting to know about your art, but also the curse of never having privacy ever again because people want to know who you are. Yeah, I couldn't do it, and I don't think I could do it either. It's way too much. Like, I could never blame someone who, like, is, like, a one-hit wonder or people who disappear after making it big immediately. I could never, like, scoff at them because, like, holy shit, what a nightmare life immediately becomes after getting famous. And some people can handle it with grace, right? But I feel like it's those people who don't get super famous, who have the luxury of approaching it with grace. Like having every like because there's no right thing to do, right? Like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't with everything. Yeah, since she's been under the microscope since she was a kid. Since Tim McGraw came out, whatever year that was. Like I've known Taylor Swift since I was in high school. She's a few years older than me. I think she's 35 or something. And like especially cuz her songs are so diary-like. She has like a great quote that's her talking about um her how famous she is and how unable she, and how popular she has become that it's like affected her every day when she was younger. And she's like, "Yeah, it's hard. Um but I have to remember that what did she say? That this is basically what I've always wanted. It's what I dreamed of doing when I was a kid. And if at this point and if at this point this is what it is, like I can't disrespect my old, the kid version because they just want to know more about me. But by golly, I could not. Like she takes it with a lot more grace than I ever probably could. Because yeah, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. No matter what you do, be more in public, be less in public. Because I think the thing that's the hardest thing to like think about with um celebrities because they are inherently unrelatable, right? Is that they have things that they have to spend money on and struggles they have to deal with that are things that we're never going to deal with as normal people. Like we're never going to deal unrelatable. I resemble that. Hey, Crit Witch, how you doing? It's like that is there's something we're never going to have to deal with and that's dealing with constant psychos, like unwell people, stalkers, and um having to deal with not even stalkers, just people who really like you and think you're super cool and like have unrealistic expectations of who you are in their lives. Cuz you're their everything, right? And you don't even know them. But having to deal with that on the daily, right? Meeting with people who you mean so much to when you're just trying to live your life. And like again, it's not like you can be mad at them. It's not like uh you can sit there and besmirch your fans for being your fans. Cuz that's kind of the whole point at the end of the day. I want you to know this looks nothing like the individual I'm trying to emulate here. But if I were to show you the picture that I'm working off of, you'd be like, "Oh, I kind of see it." Hey, how you doing? I couldn't type last night in chat, so I hope the redemption things weren't annoying. No, I I love people using the redemptions. It is my favorite. They're there for you guys to use. Every redemption I have spent time in to make a thing. So anytime you guys use the redemption, it makes me very happy because it makes me feel like the time and effort I have invested in making those things, um, it was worthwhile, right? So never be sorry for redeeming things. If I didn't want you to use them, I would not have them there. It is why some of them no longer exist, but some of them do still exist. So never be sorry for that. Also, um, yeah, not annoying at all. And yeah, the hair is cool. I like the hair too. Hope you're doing well on this Tuesday? Question mark? One of my favorite things, or one of the funniest things of being in a space where like I've been in and around the TTRPG space for a few years now. It's been a while now. I've been in and around it, and I've met a lot of people because of it. Um, and because I've met a lot of people from it, I've met even more people. Like it kind of cascades. You know one person, and then you suddenly you know a lot of people, and the consequences of that is that they're usually your friends. So like they tell you things about the projects that they're working on, and either it's their NDA or your NDA, or like things you just in general don't want to talk about because you don't want to ruin like a surprise or something. So it's a whole lot of can't talk about that, can't talk about that. And it's very funny. Does that translate into something? Like there's a lot of friend DAs that exist at a certain point in your in life. I'll keep it. It doesn't read as what it is, but we'll keep it there. Or like even just like own things. Like whenever I'm about to be on a show or something, there's it's just straight up things I can't talk about because I want it. It's not my thing to announce, you know? So I'm just like, I'm just gonna not say anything until it's a thing. And but it makes talking about things related to it a little difficult. I'm just gonna let you have big collar. I know who this reminds me of, but it definitely reminds me of an older woman, and I don't know what about it. Oh, it has to be the cheeks, huh? They're a little low, where typically man cheeks are. Do this. Will you look more masculine? Not really. It's fine. I'm okay with you looking nothing like the person I emulated you against. That's fine. Oh, that's gonna be a good one. That'd be great. I don't know where the last prompt I know that there's a second prompt that shows up when I do that PNG. I don't know where it is though on my screen. Not a singular clue where it goes. Okay, this is going to be the beard one. You to remember to do a beard. Do another purple because we don't have any purples really. Mm, no, I don't want to do something super dark. I like this purple a little bit more. Okay. Maybe I don't want it this dark though. Maybe I do lighten it up a little bit. Okay. All right. Don't mind me just trying to find a skin tone that doesn't get lost in this purple. It's gonna have to be something like this, I think. It's easier for me to balance the brighter colors from how I'm sitting in my chair. I'm sitting behind this. How do I describe this? So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. So as I'm sitting here, let's imagine this is my desk, right? I have my chair here. Just imagine that this is a chair, I guess. Um, and I have my tablet leaning sort of like that, right? So we have a little bit of an angle on it. Not even that's being very generous of this angle that I'm at. It's probably more like that, yeah. So it's something like that. So the way I'm looking at it, I'm like I'm leaning like, I'm sitting here. Like, I'm, like, sitting back here, right? Like, I'm leaning. I'm leaning on the back of this chair, looking down at it, and, like, my arms are like this. So the way I'm looking at this is not from above, which is the best way to see the colors. Um, it would need to be tilted up. I'd say not the full 90 degrees, but like a solid 45 degrees for me to see the colors correctly. I'd need to like I'd need to like lean ahead. I'd need to like lean this way if I wanted to see this well. And I do lean forward sometimes, but not every time. But that's where we're at. So it's easier for me to see the lighter colors because to me, they're darker than what they appear on the screen. So when I look above, I'm like, oh, they are a lot brighter than I think they are. But it means I gray out a lot of colors. I'm done. I wanted to hit 20 today. With NPCs. I'm gonna move on to the overlay after this, but Sphinx brought up a good point that I don't have anybody with a long beard. I don't have anyone with a big beard. So this guy, big beard, like I can barely see their mouth beard. I'm just gonna do like a generalized lip area because it's just gonna be all covered anyways. They have that weird empty space. But yeah, I'm done with NPCs as of now. My goal was to get 20 done. We're gonna get 21 done. Oh, and I'm leaning back as like my back hurts occasionally. And I need that lumbar support. Let's do just the full. Should they have hair? No hair. What do we think? What are we thinking? Hair or no hair? That awkward spot that like hair doesn't grow in. Uh looks like a lot of hair. It just gravity took effect. Let me make this a paler pink. There we go. That has more separation from the background. Looks like hair. Just the gravity took effect. That's a great way of putting it. That's amazing. Oh, nose. I should probably put a nose on this guy, huh? I just completely blanked on the nose there for a while. I was like, who needs to even think about that type of stuff, right? Smile? Actually, yeah, let's do like something like that so it looks like he's laughing. My I got so itchy there for a second. Holy. Have you guys watched Bridgerton? Do you guys know of Bridgerton? I was just thinking about how Lady Whistledown speaks, and it made me think of Twitter, right? How Lady Whistledown is basically old school Twitter. We know teeth, yes, tongue though. Maybe just open mouth? LOL the expression. Do I do teeth here? I think I can afford to raise this up a little bit. I think this mouth needs to be higher up just for anatomy to work out. I think that's where the mouth would probably maybe a little bit lower. It's supposed to be like somewhere around there, you think? Hold on. Yeah, it's a little bit higher. I was right the first time. And there we go. I've had to do the same thing. Yeah, the mouth is more where it should be. Okay. I give you a little bit more forehead. Now me to try and figure out what color shirt I want them to be wearing. What if I do like the classic black t-shirt? But instead I do like the ripped um the ripped sleeves. I need to do this again. If that's where this is, right? That's where his chin is. The neck goes here, and then we be a little bit lower. Okay. Okay. And now we can raise this a little bit. So it looks like he has a little bit of muscle. Hello, Stewie. Oh, that's such a cute little emote. I love that. Little hype pat. That's cute. Hello, Stewie. All right, now if I do the same thing over here, we have this, and then we do this. Think that's gonna work out. My brain is just working in like a million different ways right now. I'm thinking a little too much about many other things that are what I'm actively working on. Very much big Jesus take the wheel energy. All right. How do we feel about that? We feel good about that? I think I feel good about that. Maybe we can give him a little bit more forehead. Just a little bit. We definitely gave him a little bit of a tiny head. I have such a little how I have such a small understanding of where this ear is. Fucking bumpy head out here. I say as if I'm not the one who's accidentally giving him a bumpy head. What if we just got rid of the ear? What if we just no ear? So again, no one was looking at the ear except me. I'm the one who looked at the ear and got bothered by it. All right. Fuck it. We're happy with it. All beard, no body. Although looks like beefy fella. Heads are weird. I agree wholeheartedly. All right. And the colors look good now that I've sat up and I've looked at it a little bit better. All right. That is Mr. 21. We are going to single layer that, throw it in the PNG. Go over here. That's 21. Can you get something with me? I don't know. It looks a little bit like him. Looking back at the. Oh, did I close my folder? Oh, I'm not done with this. Hold on. Okay. And maybe another okay. Again, don't know where that other okay goes, but it's there. Oh, that's somebody else going live. Okay. I am. Oh my god. I just stretched my knee. This is who we got. These are 21 suspects slash NPCs that will pop up as family, friends, and evidence. Are some of these not like the others? Sure. We got a cool few in here. I like most of them. Some of them I very clearly didn't know what to do with, but I'm here with it. That's a lot of suspects. Yeah, it's a lot of suspects, but it's mostly for evidence is why they're here. It's in PowerPoint. Down. Um, is there a way for me to like close this? Hide, show, collapse ribbon. There we go. Um, because we have this, right? We have us. Oh, I have to change the font on this. On the bright side, we're done with art things for the most part. I still need to make evidence cards into Polaroids, but that's the thing I can do tomorrow before I throw everything into Roll20. Um, we need to make this decision now. But let's no, let's I'll finish talking about what I'm talking about. Okay, so we have us, but we're not going to see us. I'm us, right? I will be one of these things. Um then we have our we can have the only person here is we have the opportunity to have a sidekick. Um that's the one other person we can have here that we can have a picture of if we so desire. Um then we have the victim. So one of those suspects is going to be our victim. Then we have where is it? We have our suspects, right? We're going to choose 4 of these guys. But more importantly, we have the evidence. So in our evidence, we have people like a psychiatrist, an eyewitness, the family, a neighbor, a bartender, a roommate, a friend, a coworker. That's where I'm afraid it's going to get a little out of hand. So, as you guys can see here, I roll a 1d6 and depending on where it falls is going to depend on which one it's going to be. Documentary is the one in the middle. We're changing that to be testimonial just so um this works with the order I have these in here, and it's way easier to change that than to move these. Yeah, we can have a sidekick. That's one of our powers. We have an opportunity to roll. We also have plot twists where we can get a new suspect, which means that there's 3 new evidences, which can be 3 people if we're so unlucky. We also have a secret relationship, which it's going to be spicy if that we choose that to be a new person. Then these are just random tables we can roll on. Okay, but we do have to change these fonts. Let me open that back up. I have Arial Black just to have Arial Black on there. How readable is that? Yeah, it's gonna be I'm very excited to play. I will say that. That's easier to read, but if you're tiny, how easy are you to read? Not nearly as. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to add a window capture. This is gonna be PowerPoint. That's Chatterino. That's not PowerPoint. Here we go. Oh, that's right. We wanted the whole slide actually, not just the table. Actually, while I'm here, let me do this. Where's clip art? Let's go back to clip art. So I can open the overlay, my proposed overlay. Which is what we're going to be working on at the moment. Let me grab the pung of this. Sure, I'll throw that there. Why not? Enter and enter. Oh, see, that's how I saw it. All right, now over here, I'm gonna bring this back down here so I can best see. I'm gonna choose that. Oh, it's so big. Okay, so we move this over here. That's approximately what it's gonna look like. Okay, so I'm going to have me down there. And then I have the PowerPoint. I think that's a good size for the PowerPoint, right? We'll have the pop up in the middle because that's going to be the most important part, right? Well, we won't fill up the whole space because it doesn't. It doesn't come out as a 1-to-1 in this area. Like something like there-ish. I think that looks fine, right? Somewhere there-ish. Or just the rolls. And then, so then I have PowerPoint open somewhere. And I could switch there. And that's very readable. Okay, now here's the real question. Is this readable elsewhere? Okay, even that small, it reads fine. Right? You guys can see that, right? Oh my gosh. I had the, looks fine to me. Oh, neat. It's a little harder. And make it bigger. That doesn't affect the size. That's more readable, right? Sorry, I slept and I had the fan on me the entire time, like right in my face, without really realizing it, and my entire body is so dry. So my eyes are a little blurry because of it. It's a little bit smaller than that one, but I think if I go to 8 size, 18 on this one, yeah, it changes the size of the. I wonder if I change this to 17. Let's do 17. It changes the size of it a little bit, but that's fine. All right. Unfortunately, this one's gonna have to be a little bit smaller, so I can read it. It looks so wonky, so little though. I think that's a consequence of like actual font I'm using. Like its numbers are so tiny on that one, actually. I didn't even notice how tiny that was. Maybe we use a different font then. Why would some of these not be downloaded? Why would I not have all these fonts downloaded? Why even show me them if you're not gonna have them available for me to use at this very second in time? Welcome to what it's like. What about, I would argue, about 40% of your time making things for stream, especially when it comes to like TTRPGs, just based off how much text there is on your screen at all times, is just figuring out fonts for what you're gonna use in fonts you're gonna use in your promo material, the fonts you're gonna use in your overlays, the fonts you're gonna use in as your closed captioning. Oh yeah. Oh no, sorry to hear. That is not fun. I agree. Thank you. I yeah, I'm just very dehydrated. It's very much a annoyance. Like I woke up absolutely parched. It's like I woke up in the middle of the desert and I couldn't figure out why. And then I found that one of my hands had a, what do you call them in English? A hangnail? Like one of my hands was like drying out. One of my fingers was dry and my other one wasn't. And I was like, why would one of my hands, like one of my hands, part of my hand be um dry and not the other one? And it's cuz I sleep with one under the sheets, or specifically under my pillow, and the other one is holding my sheets down, which usually ends up outside of my sheets, and that was the one getting pelted by the fan. Oh, Letter Romantic is gonna be good for our for our like Polaroid text. The one that kind of looks like handwriting but isn't. I'm gonna end up using Arial Black. I already know it, and I knew it when I was like in the G's. But like I've committed now to look through all of these, so here we are. Well, not using that right now. Oof. Like, there's nothing wrong with Arial. It's just very much a basic font. There's so many fonts in the world, but Arial's actually very good for those who are dyslexic. It's actually a very good font from what I've read. There are better, but Arial is a good basic one. When I was in when I first started writing papers in oh gosh, it was either end of no, it had to have been middle school. Middle school is probably when they started having us write papers. No, maybe it was elementary school. No, I think having to type papers was a middle school thing. And I remember they didn't give us word counts, they gave us page counts. So like you had to write pages or 5 pages or whatever. And so me and my classmates, we would always try and find the font that would like fill up the pages faster. And Snap ITC was one we chose all once. And our teacher was unhappy with us, and that is when they started telling us you could only use like Times New Roman after that. And then that's when we started learning how to mess with the spacing on Microsoft Word and margins. We messed around a lot with margins too. Real little technical gremlins, let me tell you. And every time I see Snap ITC, I just think back to that time where we turned in papers with Snap ITC. Because I can't use like a cute and by cute I don't mean like adorable. I mean like a cute as in like something used for to look cool or to look nice, right? Okay, what about this? What if I do that for that, and then every number, instead I use Aptos Black? Definitely a little bit different, but at least it's readable, which is all that matters to me. It's a little bit more work than literally just letting it be, but it is what it is. I don't think there's a lot of numbers that I have to really deal with. Is that readable? That looks readable, right? Minus the numbers, but like I said, I'll do those a second. Roll. All right, we're gonna lock these again. Actually, let me go back and lock these also, now that I've decided what we're gonna do. Because otherwise I'll accidentally move them because I move my mouse a little bit faster than regular programs can really handle. All right. I guarantee you guys you're missing absolutely nothing with not being able to see me. I'm not gonna lie to you, some of these dates are a little too much. I'm thinking maybe of changing these numbers. Maybe like doing 5, 10. I like the idea of doing like an old-timey um I like the idea of doing an old-timey okay, 100 years ago would have been what? You can I call you Speed Mouse. It's from all that clicking I do in the games, in the video games. Um, 100 years ago would have been 1924. 50 years ago would have been 1974. 25 years ago, which hurts me on the inside to think about, would have been 1999. Oh, that's a good year, right? But the Y2K. 15 years ago. Oh my god, 15 years ago. 15 years ago would have been 2009. Um 10 years ago would have been 2014, and 5 years ago would have been 2019. Why do you paint us so? I'm trying to think if those are good years. So 1924, I do 100 plus, so I can play around with the year. Maybe I do 80 plus. What was 80 years ago? 80 would have been 1924, 60, 1940s. Oh, a classic housewife murdering a husband. Let's do 80 plus. That could be fun to play around with what year that could be. Why do you paint us up? 50 years ago, what did I say that was? 70. 50 years ago. 20, 30, 74. Anything interesting happened in 74? I'm gonna pull up my calculator. I can't do quick maths. Minus, what did I say? 50? Yeah, 1974. And then in 2024 minus 80 would be 1944. That's easy. That's or older. That is peak. Maybe we do 75 here. Let's do 75 plus here. 1949. That would be after the war. And be any time after the war to before the war would give us that portion of time. I thought you said 80 minus 80 years. Is what I was thinking. 50 is not in the 80s. Okay, so 2024 minus 50 is 1974. What 1974. What was happening in 1974? Oh wow, the Terracotta Army in Qinshi Huang was discovered in China in March 29th of 1974. Let's go. That's so recent actually. With how much we talked about it when I was in school, I didn't think it was that recent. It's like dinosaurs, man. Ooh, huge tornado outbreak in central United States apparently. Injuring and killing a lot of people. Carrie came out that year. And Waterloo won Eurovision that year, so ABBA's on the rise there. Ooh, some fake events happened also in a fake country. Cool, cool, cool. A terrible earthquake in China happened that year. Mm. Is I think this was the huge car bombs that happened in Dublin, up in the Republic of Ireland. Which yikes. Oh wow, Nixon resigns after Watergate and the IRA starts bombing Britain. Sears Tower becomes world's tallest building. Ooh, Foreman versus Ali. Oh, Foreman versus Ali was in 94. Oh, the smallpox epidemic happened that year also. Yikes. Oh, yep, there's Nixon. Ford becomes president. A lot of unrest up in like the German a lot of unrest in just Europe in general. A lot of planes crashing that year. There's the pub bombings in England, end of 94. Oh, Malta becomes a republic. Good for you. Oh, and the Rubik's Cube was invented. Most likely sometime in 1974. Nice. Okay, so some interesting things happened that year. I can see some things I could use there in 74. And 25 years ago, what did I say that was? 1999? Yeah, 1999. So that's an easy Y2K story if we really wanted to be. 2024 minus 15 was 2009. I was in high school in 2009. Was that after? That's when the depression was hitting, right? 6 Million Man premieres. 6 Million Man. The depression started. Wow, you heard me. I'm so sorry, Crowitch. um, that was that's a year after the one of the a big depression happened. One of the very many that have happened in my lifetime. Bitcoin had just recently started. Oh, Miracle on the Hudson happened that year. Oh, of course, Obama became president that year. Wild to read that. I'm so glad Wiki decided to document that in May 17th, Minecraft got its first big update by Mojang Studios. Amazing. Brilliant. Oh, the swine flu happened that year. Oh my gosh, I remember that. H1N1. That was definitely a big deal for a little bit, I remember that, but it was, like, during the summer, so it wasn't, like, hugely important to me as a teenager. Michael Jackson died in 2009? That's wild. That was in 2009? I thought that was later. I thought that was, like, 2010, 2011. That's wild. The more you know. Oh, Microsoft releases Windows 7 to all computers and laptops. And they released an edition for ATMs. The more you know. Wow, I didn't know Minecraft was that old. Yeah. It's like it got popular later, for sure. It probably got popular in 2010-ish. 2011 it was already big. Oh, League of Legends came out that year also. Wild. Oh, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 also released that year. That was a big one. Oh, the first flight of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner happened. Boeing, big trouble right now. Okay, so there are some big things, and we're in the middle of in a recession that year also. All right, that was 15 years ago. And then in 2014 is 10 years ago. Anything huge? I was kind of like not fully here as that happened. Oh, Latvia adopts the euro as its currency off the start of the year. Nice. Oh, that was when the Malaysia airline flight went missing. The year Russia annexed Crimea. I'm trying to look for like big important things that might have like caused tension in a person's life, you know? Nothing huge really happened in 2024, 2014. In like in like big US news. When is this? 2014. But obviously there's things that happened the year prior that, like, could influence things. That's around the time that, oh god, what's his name? The huge whistleblower that, like, was the not the first whistleblower, but, like, a big whistleblower. Edward Snowden, that's his name. That happened in 2013. Also, more tornado happened in 2013. A lot of huge tornadoes happened in 2013, actually. So that's something to keep in mind. Colorado flooding happened. GTA 5 came out. Thank you so much, Wiki, for letting me know that. Windows releases in the most one of the worst Windows, Windows 8.1. Oh, well, Frozen came out that year, cueing so many parents being so sad. And then -5 in 2019. I can think of some things that might have started happening in 2019. Okay. Yeah, I feel good about those years. I feel good keeping those years. Oh, let me change these numbers also. Unlock you. Where's my there it is. Oh wow, it's so high. I'll I'll leave that there. Alright. Lock you. Alright, let's unlock you. Go boop. Do 16 there. Eh. We're changing you to Aptos Black. Hopefully all of these end up the same size, otherwise I'm gonna be real sad. By real sad, I mean real angry. Why? Why aren't you the same size? Smile? Hey, Smile, why are you a different size? Smile? What's happening here? Hey, I have questions. I have questions. I have questions as to why you're a different size than this one. I'm gonna shorten this to fam and keep the possessive S on that one. Oh, handwriting special. Handwriting. Is there an abbreviation for specialist? Wow, 2014, Janet Yellen succeeds Bernanke as the chair of the Fed. Unfortunately, that means nothing to me. SPC? I'll believe it. And that way, I'm not gonna tear my hair out. Sure. Why not Windows? So long as you stop yelling at me, I'll be fine with that. Lock you. I'm gonna unlock you. Do that, and then we. What do I do here? Unfortunately, these are too long. I think we're just gonna have to live with it, honestly. It doesn't look great for me either, but I think we're just gonna have to live with it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna notice that that's not gonna say documentary. It's the same way that I'm not gonna notice that that says roll with one L. Alright, this is also an important one, so I need to make sure this is very readable. Luckily, it's a huge ass area. I can make this any size I want and it'll be fine. It's a shame the numbers on this are trash. I really like Aroni. It looks nice. Oh, let me lock. And continuing on here. Looking according to the site, spec and SPC and spec, I see. Specialist. Those are militaries. Specialist is business according to another site. Amazing. I love that. Thank you so much for doing the research for me. I guess that's why. So Spec Ops is specialist opponents, specialist opportunists, specialist optional. What does the ops stand for in Spec Ops? I've only ever accepted it. I've never in my life taken a moment to think about what the ops in Spec Ops stands for. Surely it's not opponent, right? Operations. Mm, that makes sense. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Specialist operations. I see. Interesting. You know what I really want to watch that I'm like putting off? Because I don't know Taylor Swift's discography. I don't know Taylor Swift like that. Um, obviously I know it's hard not to know um all her popular songs, right? Just because I she's a little she's a few years older than me. Um so that means I grew up listening to her cuz she started making music as a teen. So when I was so I all her popular songs I grew up with, right? Um and when they're bops, man, do they be bopping everywhere. Um but I don't know any of her discography like that, really. So I want to sit down and I want to listen to it. And like really listen to it. I have a really so the reason I don't really listen to Taylor Swift nor any real singer-songwriters is because I have a very hard time listening to the words in a song and grasping what they mean. And to make it more confusion, I think it's an abbreviation for special operations. Hello? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Um, that's wild. Um, but yeah, I have a hard time listening to singer-songwriters because I have a hard time hearing the words that are being said. Um, I mainly focus on the music, like the instrumentals in the background, the production. Um, and it takes me many, many, many listens and really sitting there and trying to hear the words that are happening because they are like I said, it's just really hard for me to sit there and hear them. So I want to sit down like with Genius open and listen to her discography so I kind of understand it as it's happening. And part of me almost wants to like record it. Oh, I forgot to change the font. And do like a reaction style video on me listening to it for the first time. And also because there is so what I've learned. So you're still looking up 2014 and the Amazing Spider-Man 2 was released. Amazing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that approach. I'm usually garbage at listening to lyrics and actually knowing what they sing. Yeah, that is my entire life. I have zero clue what anybody is saying. My favorite band growing up in high school was 3 Days Grace. I listened to the two albums that they had out at the time, their self-titled album, their first album, and their second album, 1X, um, nonstop. For years, I listened to their music nonstop. Same thing with like Panic at the Disco with oh, what is the name of that album? The one with like Build God, and then we'll talk. And like lying is uh it's a girl's best friend or something like that. What is that album called? A Fever You Can't Sweat Out. Um, I listened to those albums nonstop all the time. If it could be 24/7 and school would have let me listen to music, it would have been 24/7. Especially when the iPod came out, boy, let me tell you, I was listening to music nonstop. I could not recite those for you. On to this day, I could sing parts of those songs, but I don't remember them all. Granted, I haven't listened to most of them in like 5 years, but it still stands. I can't think of a singular song I think I could sing every single word to. Gun to my head, I don't think I could sing a singular song where I knew every single word and would not mess up. It's me, it's me. If you guys could hear that, that was me. I was the Discord ping. Lamel. Um, all right, we're there. I'm so glad I stopped on the texture of blood, texture and blood screen. Okay, I think I have all of these. I just need to make sure these are all locked. Because otherwise it's going to be a giant pain in the ass if I accidentally move them when I'm in the middle of trying to play. Because I'm gonna like stress out about it. It's gonna be super easy to fix, but it's gonna stress me out. And that's the opposite I want tomorrow. Because I'm already gonna be stressed out about making everything work. Okay, I got them. All of them done. All right. That's something I should have done a while back, and I just hadn't done it in a while. So yeah, I want to sit there and I just want to listen to her whole discography. Like not all at once, because from what I understand about Taylor Swift and her music, is that it is diary like. She is essentially telling us what is she's recapping what has happened in the past, between albums, in her relationship in her life, and also occasionally tells like things that happened to her friends, like her friends' stories, her family stories, and recently like made up stories, like stories she's made up in her own mind. So I am intrigued at that. But that means that there's a lot of context to her songs that I don't know and I won't know going into it, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I just do think it is something to consider. All right. Back to this. Now that I have the overlay done, we can close that out. PowerPoint can stay there. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink of water. That didn't seem bad when I had it as a full screen here. This is essentially what it's gonna look like, I think. Um, I've been playing around with trying to figure out something to do with the back. I've used so many pictures, but I think the thing that makes it look bad right now is just the fact that the game night is blue and the case, like game night and case close, are so hard to look at because you can't read it on that on the white background. So I think if I just create something for it, it'll look better. I almost just minimize Spotify as if that was going to be the thing I needed to fix. Okay. Bringing you back down. Coming back over here. Grabbing my pen. I'm working on this now. All right. So the overlay is only going to be the black part. Like this isn't actually going to be there, but I do need it so I know what color to make the outline of the corkboard. Which I think maybe brown is the option, but like what if I make it black? Black maybe not. Maybe if I make the outline white, that will play. I have this on another screen because I usually do things on a different screen when I'm here by myself, but maybe if I make this more of a gray, it'll blend out a little bit more. What color? If I do this, Because I tried, like, I have so many options out here. Let me take off the black one. Like, I've had so many background options that I've gone through. I've, like, changed the color on all of them, and I wasn't happy with a singular one of them. Like, the last thing, I don't know why it's not here, but the last one I could use is a oh boy. By the time I find it, bro, where did I put it? I ugh. It's in one of my folders. It's what I used to use for something else. And I don't think I have it anywhere easily accessible, but I'm gonna try and find it. Was it under pictures? I never organized anything on my old, hard drives. I simply moved them over and just kept it as is, and I since that day, have still been unable to find literally anything on their, on my other screens. I don't think it's any of these. No, I don't think it's in that folder. It's not in that folder. Not in that one. It's not in there. It's not in there. Well, maybe it might be in here. Old hard drive contents. I think this song is so cool, by the way. This is one of my favorite songs Olivia Rodrigo's ever put out. It's just very cool. Oh, there's my D&D folder. Is it here? No, it's not in here either. I'm throwing this onto my desktop. The moment I find it, I'm throwing it on my desktop. It's literally my favorite picture, a free picture of a tabletop. I'm a huge sucker for I really, 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 really like dark, uh, like deep, rich wood colors. Oh, maybe it's no, it's not in here. I literally was just here. I can't believe I didn't pull this picture when I found it. I have a folder somewhere with all my old I have like 5 folders, I think, across every single one of my hard drives that are called Twitch or like have Twitch things in them. Are you in here? I'm just gonna pull that real quick. I'm gonna pull these pictures from this thing real quick. It's not in here. I'm gonna lose my mind. um, and I have a bunch of folders that are just like free pictures from Pexel for the most part is where I get my the pictures you can like do stuff with that other people take. And it is my own fault. I am the creator of my own misery. God damn. I've literally just looked at that folder, so I know it's not in there, so stop looking at it, PB. That was the first place we went. I'm just gonna make sure there's nothing else in any of these pictures or any of these folders. Oh, I remember. Back in the day, I was thinking of doing a show on Twitch in which I would just teach music. I would like do a music lesson. So I spent a lot of time. Oh, this is gonna actually be so useful if I ever. Anyways, I can make that all look a lot better now that I can actually write things on a screen rather than with my mouse. What are the chances it's over here in this folder that's called the same exact thing, but in a different place on my computer? No, not that one either. I did get a different picture though. That's cool. That wasn't in the other folder. Good, good, good. I'm glad I'm consistently god awful at this. Honestly, that's what you gotta love that. You gotta love just being really consistently bad at something. That's where I have these pictures. Oh, the more you know. Is it in this folder with very similar things inside of it? Maybe. No, not that one. Oh, oh, is it over here? Close that. Is it in here? Fuck. Is it over here? No. Is it in here? No. Is it in here? No. I feel like I'm getting closer though. I feel like I'm closing in on where it might be. Oh, I'm so close. Oh, it has to be somewhere in here. I found it. Throwing that on my Oh my god, I'm throwing that on my desktop. The fuck out of here. Oh my gosh. I never thought I'd ever see this ever again. I had resigned myself to sadness. Okay. Alright. Back here. No, that's not where I want to open the image. I want to open it down here. It's on my desktop. It's my favorite, like, tabletop, like, table, picture. It's so hard to see it. You can barely even see it in the background. But, it's my favorite one. Because I love this, like, deep, rich it's like color of this table that I'm using right now, basically. I could take a picture of this table and it would look very similar to that. But I don't have a very nice camera for it, so I instead use this photo where I can. And I guess I could use it. It would bring a little bit of color to this. I would have to change this white stripe. I think I could keep everything else white, but this white stripe I think might be too much. But am I only thinking that because of the text? Because I don't mind it down here, right? Almost looks like a TV, like an old school TV. And if Roll20 is gonna be a dark color, is Roll20 gonna be a dark color, or am I gonna go into the light? Let's open up Roll20. Oh, no, that's a Mass Effect game. But I'm definitely gonna be rolling this elsewhere. Oh no, I do need it open, don't I? Yeah, I'm gonna need that open because I need to see the tokens and such. What is this? What do you mean dice rolls block? What the fuck is that? Oh, right. Yeah, 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 yeah. I know what that is. I know what that is. You guys can't see what I'm working on because I'm trying to come up with a an accurate size for everything I'm looking at. Because I'm gonna have the Roll20 on my main screen. So if I were to move you, no, that's not you guys. This is you guys. If I move you from that one to this one, this is for the most part what I'm gonna be looking at. Um, on my secondary screen, I'm gonna have on my tertiary screen on the Wacom, I'm gonna have um my PowerPoint so I could move things from there. And then up top, I'm gonna have this. I think I'll have chat up top then. Maybe it won't matter. Maybe no. I'll just need to make you not always on top. That's what I'm gonna have to do with this. Let me do that real quick. That way I can have this chat open down here when I'm not. Okay. Okay. Everything I'm gonna do is mostly vector, so I can do that mostly with a mouse. I don't need to actually use you right now, because I need to now figure out the overlay and, more importantly, my own layout, so I can start sizing my windows. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna be looking at up here, right? This is where I'm gonna be pulling things from, but this is not what you guys are gonna be looking at. What you guys are gonna be looking at, hopefully, we're gonna call this roll 20. Oh, I can type now. What a dream. Let me close that because I don't need to look at that right now. Okay. I need the setting on OBS to not show. Yeah, hide from screen capture. Thank you very much, because I need to be able to see. All right, I need to turn this back on. That's where it's most likely going to be. I'm going to move Spotify down here for now. It's hard to tell where that goes, but that's approximately where it's going to go. We can fix that later. Okay. So it's going to go about there. And then when I need the PowerPoint to pop up, oh, I need you to go under the PowerPoint. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so then I can unhide that. Okay, I need to change the size of this then, because I have changed the window it was on. Okay. I changed how big it was gonna look. It's still gonna be the same size. It's just going to be smaller. We're gonna do that. You know what would be kinda cool? You know what would be kinda cool? Is if when that happened, there's Clip Studio. I no, I need you to be 920 by 1080. I'm gonna take this. We're gonna do this. I need the opacity to be real opaque. Maybe like that? What do I have this at? Let's do 65. Let's export, single layer, ping. Opacity. Yep, that's fine. If I come over here and I put another image over here, we're gonna call this opacity. Unload when not loaded. Is if the moment, so imagine this, we're doing this, I'm like, okay, um I got a roll on the table, and so this unlocks and that unlocks, and it makes everything else opaque except myself. Like, it would be It would be, where is webcam? I'm on the other side. Hello. I would be right here. This is so bright. I would be like right here. And then, so we're doing our normal thing, playing the normal game. And then suddenly it's like, oh, it's time for the PowerPoint. And boom, this pops up. And everything but myself and the thing we're rolling becomes spotlighted, right? And then we click off of that, and then everything goes back to normal. That would be pretty neat, right? Like a nice little effect, like bam. Maybe a little bit darker. I don't know how that reads on stream, the opacity. I might be able to make that a little bit darker. Well, I know I can make it darker. Let's go up to 75 and see how I feel about that. Something to really like emphasize how dark it is. All right, we're gonna do an opacity 75. 75. Okay. Unload when not showing. Put that there. So we turn that off. We go, all right, bam. Time for this. Everything, lights go down. We focus on the detective background, right? I think that would be neato. Definitely not necessary, but literally everything I'm doing is basically unnecessary. So that's just the vibe we're going at. I need to move you guys up. I think that works, right? Do I dare go 80? Not showing. Opacity 80. So blah blah, playing the game, blah blah blah. Oh, time to roll. Oh, and maybe like the roll 20 also is gonna pop out. I'm thinking of having this separate. I'm gonna have to have this here anyways. So I might as well keep it over here. So if I keep it over here, it's going to be roll 20 again. Roll 20 again, but this time I'm going to be avoiding everything except like this part of the roll 20. Which right now is just that garbage. But if I move you this way so I could see you more a little bit better, I could do like R 1d6. Well, it's going to be a 2d6 system, so I'll just 2d6. It's not going to be more than 2d6, so I can make this a little larger. No, but sometimes I'm going to be doing more than that, huh? And plus, it's just going to be look a little odd. I would like this to be a little bit bigger so it's easier to read. Let me. Where is Roll20? The biggest thing I'm going to do is /R. Are we good? Yeah, we should be good. Okay. Roll R. Do 4d6 is the biggest it's going to be. It fits that perfect. Okay. I don't really need the results, but I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with having the results. I need to pull this up on stream. I need to pull up my own stream so I can see how readable this is, unfortunately. There's only so much I can tell because the bitrate will always make it worse. It looks readable. Looks a little blurry. Am I on... No, I'm in 480. I go to the best one. Still looks a little blurry. And it should be fine. And I can always pull this in so we don't see that. We can make that a little bit bigger then. And then we have that there. Okay, so it would be the Roll20, the PowerPoint, and me all above the opacity. So it would be, we're playing the game, then, oh, we got a roll. Then we go boom, boom, boom. These things are, oh, I guess those things can stay that way. So it's just this and this. Let me put that up there then. So it's like, oh, we're rolling, we're having fun. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we gotta roll on the table. Boom, boom. I think it could still be darker. I think it could still be darker. Because it gets dark, but like not super dark, right? I want it to look like lights out. Let me do 90 opacity. I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna remove those. Yep, I'm fine removing that. Add this. Opacity 90 this time. I almost think with the power of friendship, that works better. So it's like, "All right, we're playing the game, and then, ooh, we gotta roll." It's more dramatic when I'm not on the detective background because that's the least important one of them. But, like, imagine we're doing like, where is it? Like, plot twist. That def changed it, right? Now the question is, so this is 90. 90 by itself. This is me adding another opacity layer, one of the previous opacity layers on it. Part of me thinks it might be too dark, but, like, that's sort of the vibe, right? That's kind of what I want here. I almost wanna do, like, a wacky I almost wanna do, like, a wacky, where is it? Not that much, huh? Something like somewhere around there, and then I change this also one of my favorite Adele songs of all time. I think it has to be a smaller font for it to work here. Alright, let's just see where that lies. Mm, that's definitely not how you spell that, but it is where we have it right now. I would add image. Like, I almost wanna do, like, a silly, like, plot twist whenever the screen pops up, and, like, we would get rid of, like, this, right? We would just not this would just not be here. Or would be here, but it would be, like, down here or something. Nah, I think that might be a little too cheesy. And the word plot no longer means anything to me, by the way. I've looked at it so many times, no longer means anything to me. But I'm thinking maybe I do, like, do a different background on this or something. And do it, like, in red or something to really emphasize that this is, like, plot twist. And then we have our evidence here that we're rolling. Let me remove this because I did not like that. Okay, so we would do that. I think it really works when I have We're not gonna save that. But over here, I'm gonna come back here, and I wonder if I can physically do this. So I only need one pick here. I think this is over opacity, but I'd like to try anyways. Oh, it's not. Okay. Where are you? Another thing that might be fun. Can I get a screenshot of this? Would be, yep, I want that size. That's such an inconvenient place for you to be screenshotted to. What is that? In my H drive? Oh my god. And oh, I think it was Destiny 2. Is it in here? Yes, it is. Okay. That's such an inconvenient place to be, but like here we are. All right, what I want to do here is I want to do that much. And I'm gonna take this, have it on soft. Oh, there's no easy way for me to make this bigger. That's funny. Then make this, yeah, less dense. Then I do that, and then I export single layer. I'm gonna call you that. I'm gonna go back to my regularly scheduled folder where I'm doing all of this in. I'm gonna enter, come back over here. Have another image. I'm gonna call you glow. Unload but not showing. What did I do? I fixed it. Whatever I did, I fixed it. No. I kind of wanted to get that like light shining on the evidence, that like harsh light that you would get from a desk lamp, but that doesn't really work. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. Okay, don't save that. Um, I'm okay with that darkness though, and I'll keep thinking about it. Um, I'm gonna, nope, don't remove the U. I need to rename you so I know what you are. This is going to be called opacity 170 because that's technically what you are. We're gonna do that on you. We're gonna lock that. I'm gonna get rid of you because I didn't like you. My webcam's up here and roll 20. I want to make this a little bit smaller. I actually don't like how chunky it is, or like how much space it's taking up on my on the margins. Let's turn off that. Yeah, like it eats up a lot of space on the sides. Oh, I need to get this overlay without you on it, with the roll 20 and without the roll 20 on it, and without, what's that? Don't know what that is. Nope, I need you. I don't need me. I don't need that. I don't know what that is. Ah, there it go. That's what I wanted to get rid of. We can leave that on for now. Oh, there's where you are. I've been trying to find where the stupid dot is for the longest time. Why do you have a red dot attached to you? What is that? Get out of here. Um, all right, let me. You know what? Let me cut out this part in the middle. I'd like to duplicate you in case I change my mind. But until then, why no delete? Smile? Do I need to physically delete you? Oh, because you're not rasterized. Let's rasterize that. Now it should be gone. There we go. Okay, now I can export you as a single pung. Place official. And then I come over here. Let me open that over here. This is gonna go here. That's not where any of this goes. Where did you go? Definitely not that, right? Okay. Okay, we have it. I just don't know why it's named something random. Rename case closed overlay. Let's call it that. I have a specific group called backgrounds that I never use. Okay. Okay, I think that looks good. Okay. All right. Now I need to add things onto here. What I really need to do is get the oh, let me move the actual things now that I have the official thing, because you don't need to be up top. You in fact should be down here. What if I create a group instead that I call case closed? Everything won't be able to go in here, but at least a lot of things will. I'm gonna have to close some of these things so I can better know where I need to throw this in. Okay, there we go. All right, you can also come down here because I don't want this to be any of this to cover up my any of my alerts or anything like that. I need my webcam to be on top of this. I need all of this to be on top of that, so I put you there. What is this? Is this my actual sound alerts right now? No shot. Is this my sound alerts on Twitch? Or are they just sound alerts? It's the interactive one. I can get rid of this. I no longer use sound alerts. I use my own alerts now. Everything goes through me now. That means I could put that there comfortably. What is this? I no longer need that either. I can remove that from this. What is this? Me. I can keep that. There's that thing I can never get to work. Okay. Now that I have that done, I do need to resize this so it fits. Oh, why do I still have that other photo up here? Oh, and I need PowerPoint to be above all of this. But I need you to turn off real quick. You also can get locked in. Oh, it's because I'm looking at it. I need to. How many pixels is this? How many pixels do I need to remove from you? Oh, I also need to just lock everything there. Lock that. All of you are locked. You're locked now. You're also locked now. Not all of this. All of you, you're getting locked for right now. I don't have the patience to find this. Do I have clean edges here? No, I do not have a clean edge up top. Okay. I need to. Where's my backgrounds? What is this? What happened here? I know what happened here. I don't know what happened here. I do know what happened here. That's a wild thing that happens there. Let me do that for now. That should be fine. No, unlock you. Because I need this to be on top of it. If I put you down here, will you stop being weird? No. What is it about this folder that has you acting out right now? Like, what is this? Why would you do this? Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I'm pressing the wrong thing. But even still, this shouldn't be doing that. This is how it is normally. Throw it in here. It's, for whatever reason, it goes off to the left. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take everything out of there. I'm gonna throw that back in. You've failed the city. Uh, Goodbye. All right, start a new group. Call the same exact thing. Move it back down. All right. Okay. Now that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We're in case closed. We're still fine. Cool. Locking you. Moving everything back down. You need to be above that. Oh, everything is off to the side. How annoying. And then, oh, even you are out of place. No. You're somewhere around here. Um, all right, battlegrounds or backgrounds get fucked. We no longer need you. Okay. I need to move you. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're at PowerPoint. Get locked. I don't need you right now. That roll 20. I don't need you anymore. You can get locked. That's already locked. Okay. Okay. Not that one. This one. Okay. Not you. I don't even know how I did that. You. 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 I'll do that afterwards. That's too annoying to work with right now. Okay, right there, we're at 183. We're down to 170. So that's 13 pixels I need to change over here. Oh, I can move you up here. so I can see this better. This part. Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to erase. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing, huh? Because I have this on. Um, I have no idea what the easiest way to do this would be. Do that. Okay, so the easiest thing I can do is clear. I'm gonna just clean that up real quick. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Welcome to just the hell that is doing this sort of stuff, by the way. All right, we're gonna move this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was fine because I saw something I need to fix. Let's do that by 3. Do 5? Oh, I'm wrong color. Ha ha ha. Okay. Let's do this again. Means that the inside's wrong. Assuming that the Christian heaven is real and that it truly is benevolent, do you think that Judas is up in heaven just like when Judas this song came out, do you think he'd start to bop into it? Okay. 7. Um, okay. We're gonna see if that fixes it. And then I will fix the fact that there's a missing piece of background there. There we go. That's better. Now I can go back here and we can fix the issue that this isn't here. Okay. All right. That is done. We have that situated exactly where I want it. Okay. Here's my favorite part. Let's see if all of this stays exactly how I want it to as I throw it in here. Okay, cool. Everything looks good. Okay. Oh, I have my okay, it's down there. It's under me. So ideally I want this somewhere on me. I'm also outside of the I'm outside of the. I could turn this entire side into a different color. It doesn't have to have like one line under it. It kind of works for me now just so I can do stuff with it. But I can, in fact, just get rid of this. As soon as I figure out what layer it's on. Oh, sweet, it's its own layer. Pog. Let's export you, PNG. Overlay 2. And then we come over here and I add a new image. Oh, I still have me talking in the background. That's very funny. That's fine. That's good for when I disappear off the screen. There we go. That's all the way at the top, huh? Bring that down. I would put that there. No, I will put that down here. I'll turn that off. Like, I could have the open area above me, right? Okay. I need to move you real quick. Gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here. Up in fucking here. Please stop fucking moving. You don't have a line. If I see a line, it's aligned underneath. No, just sometimes you just have a line on the side, huh? That's fun. This is why you go under everything. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Don't know why it was being stubborn there for a second. Okay. Now, continuing to looking at this. Um, oh, I am looking at the OBS. Of course I am. I like having this just behind me in some way, so I'm not gonna have my hair up for the majority of this. I'm probably gonna have it down. So my hair won't be covering it most of the time. I need us not to judge my hair right now, okay? We're just not gonna judge it right now. That's fine. I almost like it as like one of those, you know how like big streamers have their full cam usually up because they have like a really nice background that they like, that's essential, like they've made their background a set and they have like a neon sign behind them that says their channel's name. I like it for that, where it's like behind me as if it were one of those. Most of the time I'm probably going to be up here. Sometimes I'm going to be back here. That's fine. Because when I'm up here, I'll be covering it. I might even be able to bring it down a little bit more. But when I'm not, it'll be there. Okay. That's there, and then that means I can move the roll 20 uh down a little bit because I want it to be right above the branding. It's approximately the same size, just needs to be a little bit bigger. Yeah, how big it is. It's on 24. It doesn't look like it. We want it to be where the P starts, probably. All right, that looks pretty good. Okay. From here, yes, I'm looking at what you guys are looking at, so we're fine there. Um, oh, I'm still on the screen, huh? Where is that? Let me just turn that off real quick. Okay. So I'll be here. The support me at Ko-Fi up there. Where is that? What are you on? That one? That one? That one? That one? Oh, I see you. You're on alerts. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. That actually explains some stuff to me. Um, I'm gonna unlock you because I have it here normally. Yep, that's fine. Because I have this set up for. I mean, you guys can't see me changing this because I'm changing between scenes. I want you to be about right there. Okay. Now we go back to that, turn that off. It's a little bit lower now. Let's go. Okay, I was changing where the Ko-Fi thing was. Okay. That means, okay, I do need to change some of this stuff. That branding does need to move over to the side. Okay. Okay. Have a good night, Crit Witch. You stayed up too long. Oh no. Have a good night, Crit Witch. I hope you have a wonderful night. And that you weren't too bored by all of my fiddling here on my overlays. I appreciate all your input. Okay. Thank you, back at ya. Thank you. Okay. Can disconnect from that now because that's no longer import. Okay. Back at this now that I've read that. Okay. I would ideally like to put Roll20 behind a, an out have an outline. I think it looks a little messy without it. Am I happy with where everything is? We'll find out. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a screenshot of this. I got a pocket full of sunshine. I got a love that it's all mine now. Ooh, uh-oh. Do what you want, you're never gonna break me. Bricks and stones are never gonna shake me, no. Ooh, uh-oh. Take me away, a secret place, a sweet escape. Take me away, take me away. I fight a taste. Take me away, I can't escape. I got a pocket full of sunshine. I want to import. Ooh, uh-oh. But you're never gonna break me. Sticks and stones are never gonna shake me, no. Ooh, uh-oh. Pocket full of sunshine. I gotta love. That is all mine, no. Uh-oh. Do it. Okay, and I need you to be non-fill above this. No. What is this? Why would I? Let's do the straight line. I feel better about the straight line. Oh, but to figure out what the size of this is. 10 maybe? 10 looks good. Do I like that or do I hate that? I like that. I mean, we're gonna find out. Eh, it's okay, guys. Eventually, I'll hit stop streaming, and you guys can live your lives. While I continue to just sit here and do this. And then I have this roll 20. Oh, let me move the lines down so I can actually see this. Maybe it's better to have that little bit of darkness. All right. Where is that page? Oh, right. It's the whole roll 20 that I have here. That should never change though. Yeah, that should always be like that. So let me instead make this a little bit bigger. Okay. I think I can throw that in here now. And that looks better, I think. Okay, I think that looks actually a little bit better. I don't know if I love that it's white anymore, but like it is what we're just gonna be dealing with. All right, now above this is going to be um the game night. Me forever trying to find a font. Like, have something like that, right? Oh, just like game night up there. Maybe I do. This isn't my color anymore. It is close to it. I've chosen something lighter since. If I go there, it's a little bit more accurate. Do something like game night. I can move the support me anywhere, right? Oh, sorry. You're coming with me to move this over? Maybe like somewhere around here, I guess. Go back to main scene. This over here. Okay, in theory that should be in the better spot, which means I can move this a little bit higher. Which gives me more space to do case closed. You're right. Text. Select font. Oh, fucking no. I can't choose the one I was using. This is gonna be much smaller. This is probably gonna be 70. And we're gonna do case closed. A cold case TTRPG by Wim Lawson. Oh, I knew there was more options here. Why would you not give me these options earlier? Alignment center. Yeah, enable that. Why don't you let me change the outline color? Let's do that on the separate thing? No. Let's do 50, I guess. And do something like that. That's approximately where they're gonna go. That's not what we're gonna choose, but that's about where we're gonna go. Then down here, I'm gonna have the title and the tracker. The two trackers are gonna go down here. This isn't what game night and case closed cold case is gonna look like. It's just what we're gonna do for now. Um, or maybe they might look like that. I don't know. It depends how much time I have. Honestly, that's really what's gonna determine a lot about what's gonna happen between what you see now and what you see. Um, and what you see later. Looking at that lemon, let's really quickly do the um save as. We're gonna save this as lines. Um there was opacity, I guess. Opacity 170. Um it's definitely gonna be saved like that. Ba, 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 da, 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 ba, ba. Okay. We're gonna turn those off right now. I should be able to turn that off, and we're back here. Yeah. For the most part, this is exactly what I want to see right now. We're gonna do a new one here. I should have one for ad, don't I? Yeah, Twitch ad. We're gonna do. Oh shit! Right. We're gonna do that. In fact, I almost want like a purpley background. I want it to be bright but not intrusive, if that makes sense. You know what? Actually, let's do this. Import image. Let's go to desktop. What is that? A close up on concrete is literally what it's called. So, um, we get what we get on this one. All right. Now I want to change this. Let's do like a purpley. Okay. And then I want this one to be darker. I mean, not that dark. Maybe that dark. And this also be a little darker. Where's my... I need to go next. Okay. Okay, I can live with that. All right. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna add text on this. We're gonna do exclamation point. Rules. Unfortunately, this has to be very readable, so it has to be one of these bright ass colors. What's the opposite this? Like a red, maybe? Maybe like a red? Like a red card? Alright. Uh, we'll do that? Okay. I'm gonna export that. Oh. Rules. I'm gonna duplicate this layer. I'm gonna change what it says on the inside. Cancel. I'm gonna change this to say we can do game. That probably reads better than TTRPG. And we're gonna change the background here. We're gonna duplicate this again. And this time we're gonna change this to like a black, and this is gonna be a white. I'm like a gray maybe. Yeah. And then we're gonna export that. I'm gonna put a terrible amounts of effort on these. Is there anything else I would want? Oh, a link. A link to the game. No, game. Game will do that. Game will, or maybe we shouldn't call it game then. Maybe let's do the link. And that can be bigger. And actually, let's capitalize that L. So it looks like link. Still needs to be bigger. All right. I prefer this be a little bit higher. There we go. All right. Now we're going to do this. So thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. I really appreciate it, especially through what is arguably the more boring part of um doing this, but like, hey, you got a behind the scenes of what actually happens when we're doing this. Hopefully next time you see us, all of this will be done and I can simply live my life now. um Everything should be set up. The overlay should be done and we'll be ready for the game. I'm hoping tomorrow, or I'm gonna stream at the same time, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. The game probably about 5, probably like 5:10, 5:20ish, maybe 5:30 is when we'll actually start. Depends how long the intro of this game goes and me explaining it, but the actual game probably like 5:30, but me explaining it will probably be earlier than that. My aim is 5:30. It might be closer to 6, but if nothing else, I'll be on streaming. So we're almost done. We almost got this. I am excited, to say the least. I hope everything goes well. I hope you guys keep at it. Have a wonderful rest of your evenings. I really appreciate everyone stopping by, hanging out, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye! I forgot I actually have face cam on. And yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to end the stream here. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all later. Bye!